gaskiya na gode ma UNICEF, na gode ma IITA, na gode ma Feed the Future saboda sun fidin dina. In Allah ya yarda kuma na san a damuna ne zai kare a Feed the Future wayanda tare da ni.
USAID has been a long-standing partner in supporting developing projects
Farmers have come a long way. There is what we call, apart from the science, farmers have local knowledge. And they have come a long way to recognize, just like science also has proved, that dry season farming gives a lot in terms of protection, in terms of yield, in terms of productivity. Because dry season farming is under a controlled environment. We are promoting the major food crops in northern Nigeria, so to say. We are promoting 4 cereals and 3 legumes, altogether 7. We are promoting rice, we are promoting maize, there is sorghum, there is millet, talking about cereals. In terms of legumes, we are promoting cowpea, we are promoting groundnut, and we are promoting soybean. We have seen that across the crops generally, 7 crops that we are promoting, farmers have an average of about 83.4% increase in yield.
You said that young IITA ina musu godiya saboda sun karfafa mu. A zuwan su magana gaskiya a ta irin da muke sayarwa mun ci gaba sosai. Saboda haka ina musu godiya mara kare.
USAID has been a long-standing partner in supporting developing projects in different parts of the state which have impacted the lives of people in multiple ways. We note with profound joy that the current program of USAID, which is focused on dry season agricultural fair, is a continuation of the organization's numerous humanitarian contribution to our people and the country. Therefore, on behalf of the Landed of Fombina, I wish to express the deepest appreciation of the Emirate Council for continuing to support such laudable community initiatives.
The starting point for good agriculture, good farming starts from the seed. If you can get this correct seed, you have already secured 50 to 60% of what you need, get an excellent yield.
On behalf of my colleague farmers, the program is wonderful. The program came at the right time when we need it. Now we are talking about dry season. So the program is very, very important for dry season farming. And also will not depend on wet season farming. We have to supplement with the dry season farming. So the program is highly welcome. I'm also delighted to talk on behalf of farmers and herders of Adamawa State. My advice to the farmers, as we were told by the experts, the importance of seed, the importance of improved seed. We want them to embrace the importance of improved seed. As we saw here, we saw many varieties of seed. We saw that of maize, soya beans, rice, so they are very, very important. They are also early matured varieties. Because of the climatic change, we want early maturing varieties.
Wannan program ne abin da na zo na gani hanya ne na wanda zai rage talauci da kuma wannan wahalhalu na neman abinci da ake yi. Ina goyon baya, gaskiya na ji daɗi don ban taɓa ganin abun da na zo program na ji daɗin sa kamar wannan ba. Yawwa sun nuna taimako ne gaba ɗaya jira, kuma taimakon nan zai taimaka wa manoma da ci gaba, domin a ci gaba. Mutanen da suka yi organizing wannan abu ba abun da za mu ce musu sai godiya. Ina ba su karfin gwiwa akan cewa ministry namu ta entrepreneurship tana sane da abun da suke yi, kuma we are ever ready to give them maximum support as government agency in improving all their supporting activities that they are giving to our teeming people in Adamawa State.
Farmers have come a long way. There is what we call, apart from the science, farmers have local knowledge. And they have come a long way to recognize, just like science also has proved, that dry season farming gives a lot in terms of protection, in terms of yield, in terms of productivity. Because dry season farming is under a controlled environment. We are promoting the major food crops in northern Nigeria, so to say. We are promoting 4 cereals and 3 legumes, altogether 7. We are promoting rice, we are promoting maize, there is sorghum, there is millet, talking about cereals. In terms of legumes, we are promoting cowpea, we are promoting groundnut, and we are promoting soybean. We have seen that across the crops generally, 7 crops that we are promoting, farmers have an average of about 83.4% increase in yield.
You said da yan IITA ina musu godiya saboda sun karfafa mu. A zuwan su magana gaskiya a ta irin da muke sayarwa mun ci gaba sosai. Saboda haka ina musu godiya mara kare.
USAID has been a long-standing partner in supporting developing projects in different parts of the state which have impacted the lives of people in multiple ways. We note with profound joy that the current program of USAID, which is focused on dry season agricultural fare, is a continuation of the organization's numerous humanitarian contribution to our people and the country. Therefore, on behalf of the Land of Fombina, I wish to express the deepest appreciation of the Emirate Council for continuing to support such laudable community initiatives.
The starting point for good agriculture, good farming starts from the seed. If you can get this correct seed, you have already secured 50 to 60% of what you need, get an excellent yield.
Muna godiya kuma domin a irin noma na gargajiya mun da muka yi gaskiya akwai bambanci.
IITA sun nuna mana kan cewa iri yana nan daban-daban. Ba kowane iri ne kawai mutum zai tashi ya je tsaya ba komin kyau shi baka san yaya wannan iri din yake ba. Wani domin yana ɗaukar lokaci da yawa zai iya shuka har damuna ya ƙare ba zai yi ba. Wani kuma iri din in ya samu fari kaɗan zaka ga ya ƙone ba zai bada amfani ba. Amma su IITA sun nuna mana kan cewa irin su na gajeren lokaci ne wanda in ka shuka shi ko da an yi fari ma ba zai dami wannan amfanin gonan din ba.
A ɗan kankanin lokaci za ka shuka ka girbe amfaninka ka huta da wani duk wahalar yunwa.
Na gode ma UNICEF, na gode ma IITA, na gode ma Feed the Future saboda sun fidin dina in Allah ya yarda kuma na san a damuna ne zai kare a Feed the Future wayanda tare da ni.
USAID has been a long-standing partner in supporting developing projects in different parts of the state which have impacted the lives of people in multiple ways. We note with profound joy that the current program of USAID, which is focused on dry season agricultural fare, is a continuation of the organization's numerous humanitarian contribution to our people and the country. Therefore, on behalf of the Lamido Fombina, I wish to express the deepest appreciation of the Emirate Council for continuing to support such laudable community initiatives.
The starting point for good agriculture, good farming starts from the seed. If you can get this correct seed, you have already secured 50 to 60% of what you need to get an excellent yield.
On behalf of my colleague farmers, the program is wonderful. The program came at the right time when we need it. Now we are talking about dry season. So the program is very, very important for dry season farming. And also, we will not depend on wet season farming. We have to supplement with the dry season farming. So the program is highly welcome. I'm also delighted to talk on behalf of farmers and herders of Adamawa State. My advice to the farmers, as we were told by the experts, the importance of seed, the importance of improved seed. We want them to embrace the importance of improved seed. As we saw here, we saw many varieties of seed. We saw that of maize, soya beans, rice, so they are very, very important. They are also early maturing varieties. Because of the climatic change, we want early maturing varieties.
Wannan program ne abinda na zo na gani hanya ne na wanda zai rage talauci da kuma wannan wahalhalu na neman abinci da ake yi. Ina goyon baya, gaskiya na ji daɗi don ban taɓa ganin abun da na zo program na ji daɗin sa kamar wannan ba. Yawwa sun nuna taimako ne gaba ɗaya zira. Kuma taimakon nan zai taimaka manoma da ci gaba, domin a ci gaba.
Mutanen da suka yi organizing wannan abu ba abun da za mu ce musu sai godiya. Ina ba su karfin gwiwa akan cewa ministry namu ta entrepreneurship tana sane da abun da suke yi, kuma we are ever ready to give them maximum support as government agency in improving all their supporting activities that they are giving to our teeming people in Adamawa State.
Farmers have come a long way. There is what we call, apart from the science, farmers have local knowledge. And they have come a long way to recognize, just like science also has proved, that dry season farming gives a lot in terms of protection, in terms of yield, in terms of productivity. Because dry season farming is under a controlled environment. We are promoting the major food crops in northern Nigeria, so to say. We are promoting 4 cereals and 3 legumes, altogether 7. We are promoting rice, we are promoting maize, there is sorghum, there is millet, talking about cereals. In terms of legumes, we are promoting cowpea, we are promoting groundnut, and we are promoting soybean. We have seen that across the crops generally, 7 crops that we are promoting, farmers have an average of about 83.4% increase in yield.
You said da yan IITA ina musu godiya saboda sun karfafa mu. A zuwan su magana gaskiya a ta irin da muke sayarwa mun ci gaba sosai. Saboda haka ina musu godiya mara kare.
Lallai a koyon da aka yi ba abin da ya burge ni kamar sabon iri, sannan muna godiya kuma domin a irin noma na gargajiyarmu da muka yi gaskiya akwai bambanci.
IITA sun nuna mana kan cewa iri yana nan daban-daban, ba kowane iri ne kawai mutum zai tashi ya je tsaya ba, komin kyau shi baka san yaya wannan iri din yake ba. Wani domin yana ɗaukan lokaci da yawa zai iya shuka har damuna ya ƙare ba zai yi ba. Wani kuma iri din in ya samu fari kaɗan zaka ga ya ƙone ba zai bada amfani ba. Amma su IITA sun nuna mana kan cewa irin su na gajeren lokaci ne wanda in ka shuka shi ko da an yi fari ma ba zai dami wannan amfanin gonan din ba.
A ɗan kankanin lokaci za ka shuka ka girbe amfaninka ka huta da wani duk wahalar yunwa.
Na gode ma UNICEF, na gode ma IITA, na gode ma Feed the Future saboda sun fidin dina. In Allah ya yarda kuma na san a damuna ne zai kare a Feed the Future wayanda tare da ni.
USAID has been a long-standing partner in supporting developing projects in different parts of the state which have impacted the lives of people in multiple ways. We note with profound joy that the current program of USAID, which is focused on dry season agricultural fare, is a continuation of the organization's numerous humanitarian contribution to our people and the country. Therefore, on behalf of the Landed of Family, I wish to express the deepest appreciation of the Emirate Council for continuing to support such laudable community initiatives.
The starting point for good agriculture, good farming starts from the seed. If you can get this
like what we are doing here today is demonstration. What we tell them or what they see, we want them to come and see. Apart from the, we engage of our farmers in a lot of training. And then, so there are some farmers who that are in the vicinity where they cannot benefit from the training. So that is because of those type of farmers now that we are doing the kind of activity we are doing today, feed day, whereby they too they can come and see for themselves what we are trying to promote to other farmers nearby. But the most important thing is that farmer to farmer distribution goes faster than research to farmers. Once the farmers see what they can go for, they know how to meet each other. If you have some of the farmers here, how many people they have given their seed to is uncountable. I think some of them even tell you there today. And then
before we kickstart the event. All right, just to quickly go back to what I said, for those behind in this room, we apologize that we're starting a bit behind schedule, not intentional. We apologize sincerely. It's because we're trying to make sure that all the key stakeholders with this event are present, just so that everybody can be carried along. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for yourself if you're happy to be here. We can accompany that with a smile, maybe to your neighbor, Yes, if your neighbor is a beautiful woman, the smile could be broader if you're a man. And if you're a beautiful woman and the man smiles, please ask him for his ATM card and PIN. All right, so thank you so much. You're welcome to this event. Without wasting any more time, we're going to kickstart. And of course, I'm sure we all know why we're here. It's the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agricultural Activity High-Level Stakeholders Forum on Seed System Development. And the theme for this event is Enhancing Seed Systems Development for Improved Food Security, a paradigm of USAID interventions in Northeast Nigeria. I thought you would put your hands together for that. Yes, we're going to be piloting this event, both of us. He's a handsome man, but I know I'm more beautiful. So please, you can put your hands together for us. I am Ian Ray John, and my colleague is
Audrey Oluwatosin. My pleasure to welcome everybody. Together with my colleague Henry John, we will be taking you through the proceedings of today. While I was thinking about the program today, somebody told me that today is the bad day for seeds in Nigeria. Are we happy about that? And the person further informed me that after today, there will be a transformation in the seed industry in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
It's even more important that we celebrate ourselves for being here, because we're talking about agriculture in general. And we all know that if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have the chance to go right. So agriculture is strategic for the development of any nation. And agriculture not only gives to a nation riches, but it gives the nation riches she can truly call her own. So once again, you are important to the development of agriculture in this country. Please put your hands together for yourself once again. So now we kickstart proceedings. Before we recognize our dignitaries that are present here, may we please rise for the national anthem. First, we'll take the Nigerian anthem, after which we'll have the US anthem. May we please have our seats? Thank you so much. While the anthem played, I'm sure you realized that it's something that Nigeria and America have in common. Even the anthem, you could feel, they carried the same message talking about being patriotic to your nation and, of course, what you can do as an individual of these two countries. Please, a round of applause for Nigeria and, of course, the United States of America. So I'd like to recognize some of our guests that are present here. Please, because of time, we will not be able to take the names of everyone, but just rest assured that we have the names of everyone and your details. So we'll just quickly run through just a few of the dignitaries that we have present. First, I'd like to recognize the Deputy Mission Director. She's representing Her Excellency, talking about the Mission Director, United States Agency for International Development, USAID Nigeria, and that's Melissa Jones. But she's been represented here by the Deputy Mission Director, Sarah With. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much. We also have present the Deputy Director General, Partnerships for Delivery, IITA. Please, a warm round of applause for Kenton Deshelle. Also seated in this room is the Principal Specialist, IITA, and the Chief of Party, Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agricultural Activity. A round of applause for Mr. Prakash Kant Silva. We also have members of the diplomatic corps present here. Please, a round of applause for the Ambassador of Japan, Matsunaga Kazuyoshi. It means I'm going to get free entry to Japan with the way I pronounced your name. We also have present right here with us, representing the Ambassador of Mexico. Please put your hands together for Ruben Cabrera Actrade, the International Cooperation Attaché. Thank you very much. The Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Argentina, is also here, Nicolas Perazzo. Thank you so much for being present. He's accompanied by Edward Apenzen from the Economic and Commercial section. We appreciate you. Please don't get tired of clapping, very important, because we may get gifts at the end of the day for those who applaud the most. We have the Deputy Office Director, Office of Economic Growth and Development. Please, a round of applause for Kenneth June. Also present is the Supervisory Officer for the activity, USAID, Ayoade Adetoye. The Country Director for ICRISAT is seated with us. Please, a round of applause for Angarawai Ignatius. The Deputy Chief of Party for the Feed the Future Integrated Agricultural Activity, Olukayode Faleti, is present. Thank you so much. Also present is the Senior Plant Pathologist at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, Dr. Alejandro Ortega Bertrand.
There are more dignitaries that are present. Permit me to remind us that this is a high stakeholders event, and stakeholders are here in their numbers. It's my pleasure at this time to recognize the category of stakeholders at the state level working with the activity right deep in the field, and also some of our partners in the private sector. Here present is the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture from Adamawa State, Professor David Jato. Also, the Honorable Commissioner for Agric, Borno State is here present, Engineer Bahu Musami. Dr. Ibrahim Yakubu Usman is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Gombe State. You're welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to also recognize the presence of Dr. Aminu Buhari, CEO, Capital Agricultural Development Limited. CADL is our private partner, a private sector partner. He has been with us all the way from the beginning, trying to give support to the smallholder farmers. At this point, let me also recognize the presence of the coordinating person for this program at the activity level, Chief Basi Achipong, Market System and Livelihood Specialist, who coordinates all the program, is right there. Thank you very much. I will not leave this session, even though we do more recognitions as we move forward, without recognizing the people whose reasons for whom we are gathered here. And that is our farmers who are here present. We have many of them spread across the 4 states in the Northeast that we are intervening, courtesy of United States Agency for International Development. Particularly on this occasion, we are focusing on the community-based seed entrepreneurs. And a number of them are here representing their cooperatives. If you are representing any of the cooperatives and you are here present, let's have you stand up for recognition. Can we appreciate them, please? These are the people for whom we are here. Thank you very much. You can sit down. At this point, we will make progress, and then we can come back to, okay, there are other names.
All right, we have the Commissioner for Agriculture from Gombe State, Dr. Barnabas Male, with us. Thank you so much. And just before we proceed on the agenda, it's important to mention that attending an event right here at the Transcorp Hilton, you do not need to pay for parking. So all you need to do at the end of this event is to get a voucher at the registration desk, and that would give you free exit out of this venue at the end of the day. Thank you very much. Also, in case you need to use the convenience, the ushers are around you. You could just ask for guidance. There's free Wi-Fi, but like my colleague would say, it may be distractive. But if you need it, of course, I'll be ready to hand it over to you. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, so it's now time to get up to the start of this event. And of course, it is the welcome address, which will be delivered by Mr. Prakash Kansawal, the Chief of Party, Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agriculture Activity. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward.
Thank you very much. He deserves it. That is the chief driver for the activity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kaede, Basi, and Quadri. Standing on existing protocols, good morning and namaskar. On behalf of the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agriculture Activity, I welcome you to this high-level stakeholder forum. It has been an incredible, engaging 5 years. We started in 2019 and we will end in December 2024. We started as a 2-year program, but every time we've learned few things, we've gotten innovative, and this is how we got to this point. We have been implementing this program in the northeast of Nigeria, along with the smallholder farmers, local seed companies, youth, women entrepreneurs in the value chain, and the private sector. This forum today provides a unique opportunity because of its scope, enhancing seed systems development for improved food security, a paradigm of USAID intervention in northeastern Nigeria. We are therefore gathered here today basically to demonstrate effort of taking science from research institute like IITA and ICRISAT, or for that reason from CGIR, to demonstrate the effort of science with the support of USAID, to showcase and appreciate what the USG through IITA is doing in the northeast Nigeria on seed systems development, and accordingly improve agriculture productivity, to provide evidence and proof of concept that could attract new institutional commitment from governments, private sector, and donor agencies to support Nigeria's seed system development towards improved food and nutritional security. Because as we realize, it's not only about producing more, but it's about producing nutritious food if we really want to address the issue existing in hand in the country, for that matter globally. Finally, to promote and circulate for knowledge sharing the recently published decision support tool, books and investment guides in priority crops following our field experiences. As you know, we have promoted 7 crops in the Northeast, 4 cereals and 3 legumes. Of course, we have varieties that we've recommended for each of these crops. And how did we do the varietal selection? And that's the technology, that's the book that we'll be launching today. That'll be open to public if they want to use it, to see, okay, how best varieties are suitable in the place that we are working in the Northeast. We have an engaging array of presentations and topics for discussions for the day to showcase the silent agriculture revolution going on in the Northeast Nigeria. Notwithstanding, it is pertinent to remark at this point that the USAID efforts under the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agriculture Activity on seed system development, covering nearly 500,000 hectares and smallholder farmers in 4 states so far. Only 4 states has the potential of adding an additional estimated 1.4 million metric tons of grains into the national food basket during the wet season. If we were to replicate that into the dry season, you could look at double the impact for a small amount of investment and working in very limited areas. And you can imagine what we could do if we were to replicate and adopt this system throughout Nigeria. Without wasting much time, our very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you for taking the time to attend this very important forum. We look forward to an engaging time together and coming out with some fresh ideas that will shape the seeds sector in Nigeria. Thanks, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
That applause can be better, please. Thank you very much. Brief, straight to the point, well detailed. I'm sure you got all the message from that speech. All right, as we make progress now and move to the next point on the agenda, we'd like to make some few recognitions.
Thank you very much. A number of recognitions in addition to what we have done. It is my pleasure to announce at this time the representative of the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security is here. Is ably represented by the Director of Food Security. Can we stand up for a picture, please? Thank you very much for your time. I wish also at this time to recognize the presence of the country convener for CGR, Aline Mugisho. She's present right here. Thank you very much. The Chief of Party, Nigerian Agricultural Extension Activity, Dr. Ben, is also here with us. Thank you very much. The representative of the Agri Commissioner, Yobe State, Alhaji Mohammed Malan, is here with us. Thank you very much. Representative of the Ambassador DRC is also here with us. Thank you for your time, ma'am. I wish also, in the manner I recognize our farmers, to recognize another critical stakeholder who have been with us all the way on the field, our seed companies partners. I know Asmao is here, I know Jukru is here. All the seed companies that are here, please, can you stand up for recognition? Wonderful, a number of them. Once you see the seed producers, you see the seed companies, and they moved all together and they work with the private sector and the activity. Thank you for coming. You can have your seat. We'll make progress on here. Any more recognition?
Yes, we have representatives of some ambassadors seated with us in this room. Please put your hands together for Jatsi Loe Marune, representing the ambassador of Tunisia. I hope I got that right. Just a round of applause for him. We also have representing the High Commissioner of the Sierra Leone High Commission. Please, a round of applause for Sheku Tanga. And the ambassador of the Democratic Republic of Congo is being represented by Mrs. Nzako Florence. Thank you so much for your presence. All right, we'll move quickly now to the opening address, and that will be delivered by...
Just before we move to the next point on the agenda, critical stakeholder again. Very high one indeed. A parastatal of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, without which we cannot do certified seeds. And that is the controlling agency for seed, the statutory agency for seed control in Nigeria. So as critical stakeholder, they are ably represented here by Dr. Jimmy Sidafamo, the Director of Seed Coordination and Management, NASC. Can we be recognized, please? Thank you very much. I understand the DG himself is on the way. Now we can make progress.
All right, thank you so much. As I mentioned, it's time for the opening address, and that will be delivered by the Deputy Director General, Partnership for Delivery, IITA. Please, a thunderous round of applause for Dr. Ken Deshelle.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I'd like to stand on the existing protocol. If you allow me to make a few personal remarks before I make my official remarks. I'm an American. I've been working in Nigeria for 30 years. That's 30 years. And I came to Nigeria in 1983. That's 41 years ago. But I left for about 11 years, regrettably. And that I was very happy to come back again. Now, I just want to tell you, I love Nigeria, and I love Nigerians. Also, if I have to pick a region of the country which has the greatest soils, the greatest environment for an absolutely highest production of agriculture, it is the northeast of Nigeria. And I can remember in the 80s, mid-80s, late 80s, driving all over that region, seeing the wonderful agriculture. Well, wonderful, but not great. But I saw that farmers were adapting technologies and moving forward, having great optimism about the future. Well, we all know that something happened and that optimism was not achieved, I guess is what I want to say. But I think now, 2024, we're on the road. We're on the road to recovery. We're on the road to really seeing the great potential of Northeast Nigeria. So I'm really, the reason I said that I was an American in the beginning is because whenever I have the opportunity to somehow work with a program, an activity that's funded by the US government, I get a special warmth in my heart. And what can I say? I also love my country too much. I love the United States. And what can I say? Americans are pretty good people too. Yeah, we're pretty good people. We really want to see, in this case, we want to see Northeast Nigeria and all of Nigeria move forward and really reach that great, great potential that you have. So let me thank you very much. It's great to be here today. I will get into my presentation. It's an honor and a pleasure to welcome such a distinguished gathering of friends and colleagues to this important high-level stakeholder meeting on seed system development in Northeast Nigeria. I am Ken Deshelle, and I'm the Deputy Director General, Partnerships for Delivery at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA. We are based in Ibadan, that is our headquarters. We have big stations and operations in Abuja, Kano, One, and of course, as a result of this project, very strong activities in the Northeast, and our headquarters in the Northeast is in Yola. So on behalf of IITA, I want to thank all of you for joining us today to discuss seed systems development for improved food security and showcase the USAID interventions in Northeast Nigeria through the Feed the Future Nigeria integrated agriculture activity that is being implemented with partners, and I want to emphasize with partners. In fact, let's be honest, it's the partners that do 95% of the work, and they should get 95% of the credit. IITA is, coordinating, organizing, catalyzing, providing capacity development, those important things. We're working in Adamawa, Borno, Gombe, and Yobe states. I think we all know that seed is the starting point of a food system. Farmers everywhere depend on access to quality seed to grow healthy crops. In addition, production increases brought about using improved varieties increase farmers' income when market linkages exist. A sustainable seed system will ensure that high quality seeds of a wide range of varieties and crops are produced and fully available in time, affordable to farmers and other stakeholders. However, in many countries and in Nigeria also, farmers have not yet been able to fully benefit from the advantages of using quality seed due to a combination of factors, including inefficient seed production, distribution, and quality assurance, as well as bottlenecks caused by a lack of good seed policy on key issues such as access to credit for inputs. Therefore, the USAID Nigeria, through the Integrated Agriculture Activity, have developed a community-based seed enterprises, community-based seed enterprises, and our colleagues who are leading those enterprises, some of them are here today. This is the backbone, the foundation of what we are doing. They multiply and sell quality seeds following a business model that is profitable and beneficial to smallholder farmers and their communities. Today, with support from USAID, we, the project, have facilitated the registration of 150 community-based seed enterprises cooperatives. And just think of the power of this. It's not having 3 seed companies, 4 seed companies trying their best to multiply seed and distribute and sell, but it's seed companies in 150 communities spread across the Northeast that have direct partnership, direct communication with their communities. And that's what makes this powerful. The seed becomes more available, good quality seed that is affordable. These community-based seed companies have membership of 2,250 members. In other words, this is the people who are doing the real seed production and marketing. The activity trained them in improved seed production and marketing techniques, facilitated their access to early generation foundation seeds and quality extension services to become seed entrepreneurs, and assisted them to get their certification by the National Agriculture Seeds Council, NASC, to produce and sell seeds to smallholder farmers in the intervention communities and beyond. So this is the power of this activity. It's really community-based. Each one of these community-based seed enterprises is a private company. It is sustainable. It will be here for years and years and years and grow. They don't need USAID. They don't need IITA. They are a business operating and providing great benefit to the farmers that they sell seed to while making their own living and income in a sustainable way. And notice the partnership with the National Agriculture Seed Council. And of course, these same seed entrepreneurs partner with the agriculture development projects. They get training from the ministries of agriculture in the 4 states. So it's a real government, private sector partnership that has that sustainability component that will last for many, many years. Tackling the food security crisis requires a coordinated effort involving farmers, policymakers, researchers, civil society, donors and funders, the diplomatic community, and the private sector. By bringing all of them together, just like we're together today, this is how we can co-create solutions and address these complex challenges. That's why we're all here together today as partners and collaborators to promote growth in the Nigerian seed sector while seizing the huge opportunity to influence agriculture development and food security agenda for the Northeast region. And I hope that together we can look for ways to expand this not only in the Northeast, but to other areas in Nigeria. And to my colleagues that are representing other countries in Africa, we're ready to come and work with you also. So on behalf of IITA, let me express our heartfelt gratitude to the United States government for investing in such an impactful venture. We really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Together, you know, I think we're really having a very positive impact on smallholder farmers and food production in Northeast Nigeria. We have put some exhibitions together and displays, and I hope you'll have time to visit those. It's all about the success of our smallholder farmers, including women, youth, of course, private sector, the national support from government and the state support. That's how we have success. Our vision for Nigeria is a country that we can feed ourselves using innovations generated from research, coupled with local indigenous knowledge, supported by governments and the private policy reform and public policy reforms that ensure transformational changes, functioning markets, and available financing. This is why I want to speak to our shared commitment to support research and the continuing work of ensuring food security, promoting climate smart agriculture, and safeguarding the environment. And we do this in partnership with the National Agriculture Research Council, NARC, who does a great job of coordinating the national research institutes here in Nigeria. It is our hope that this gathering would be the beginning or the reaffirmation and the continuation of impactful engagements and long-term partnerships that will lead to sustainable food systems that would help our citizens in Nigeria live prosperous, food and nutrition secure and healthy lives. We owe this to our younger ones and to generations to come. The USAID funded Feed the Future Nigeria integrated agriculture activity is assisting smallholder farmers in the 4 states we've been talking about to boost their agriculture production and ensure food security at the household, community, and state levels by facilitating their access to quality agro inputs, including improved varieties of seeds, of selected cereals and legumes. And these include rice, maize, sorghum, millet, soybean, cowpea, and groundnut. The activity facilitates the selection of community-based seed producers from producer groups of farmers and promotes sustainable production of certified seeds. The available of these activity of these certified seeds is a major step forward for farmers in this area. We have a lot of statistics that we could give you about the number of farmers, the number of households that have been impacted. Just trust me, the statistics are good. And I don't want to go through all of them right now. But the main message is it's really a partnership. Private sector, government, and farmers. And of course, farmers are part of the private sector. This is how we really achieve success. It is through these very strong partnerships. And I'm looking at my commissioners of agriculture, our community seed-based entrepreneurs, our seed companies, and I'm not sure if we have agriculture input dealers here, but all these organizations work together to assure us of success. I want to take this opportunity again to thank our host government represented here today by the Office of the Vice President, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and other government agencies for their generous support and for believing in agriculture as an important sector. Our partnerships with state governments is absolutely essential and critical. This is the key foundation of our work. So please convey our appreciation to their excellencies, the governors of the 4 states. Your commitment to food security is what has brought us here today. IITA has several stations in Nigeria, which I commented on earlier. I'd like to give special appreciation to the chief of party of the activity, my good friend and one of the IITA colleagues who I don't think he sleeps. He's so passionate about his work that he's at it 24 hours a day. So Prakash, thank you very much. Our colleagues, our very powerful colleagues from ICRISAT, and they're based in Kano, but they come to Northeast Nigeria quite regularly to help us with the millet and the sorghum and the groundnut. Friends from ICRISAT, we really appreciate your partnership. I thank everyone for joining us today. Your continuous support ensures that we at IITA and its stations throughout Africa, by the way, we work in 18 countries in Africa. Sorry about that commercial, but yeah, we're ready to work with you in all of those countries. We are having technologies that support farmers, and we form partnerships the same way we do here in Northeast Nigeria, all over Africa, to scale up the technologies that our IITA scientists and scientists from ICRISAT and other centers have developed. Because having them in the laboratories and on the research fields doesn't help anybody. We have to scale it up massively. Once again, let us celebrate our smallholder farmers, men and women, and thank them for the role in feeding Africa. Again, I want to thank the United States Agency for International Development for supporting this highly impactful activity. Welcome, and I wish all of us a very successful outing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Ken. If you're a Nigerian here and you listen to him, I think the applause should be louder. He's been here since 1983, and I'm sure for some people who were born that year, he probably know Nigeria more than you. As far as I'm concerned, Dr. Ken is due for a Nigerian name. I'm sure we all agree in this room. So we'll conduct a naming ceremony, but that will be much later. All right, thank you so much. Please appreciate him with another round of applause. Quickly, we just want to make a few recognitions before we move to the next item on the agenda. We have joining us for this occasion the planning specialist, UN Resident Coordination Office. Please, a round of applause for Anne John.
All right, recognition. Another critical stakeholder, Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria. These are also friends of IITA and friends of the activity. Dr. Femi Salako, Director of Plant Resources or Research is here. Dr. Femi, can you stand up for recognition? All right, thank you very much. On the other note, as you were saying that Dr. Ken is due for Nigerian name, yes. I heard our partners in the Northeast saying they are ready to give him one from the North.
I second that motion, and of course, it's going to be passed, like I said. So we're going to choose between three names, but that will be much later, Dr. Ken. So you have an opportunity to choose what you like. Suleiman, Abubakar. All right, we'll talk about that much later. All right, so let's move on to the next item on the agenda. It's time to watch a very short documentary, and it's on Feed the Future, Nigeria Integrated Agriculture Activity. Let's see this.
To other challenges, which include having limited access to quality seeds from local markets, seed companies, and agro-dealers, and an increase in the prices of seeds and agro-inputs, which ultimately limits their capability to increase production and income for an improved livelihood. The US aid-funded Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agriculture Activity is implementing interventions in Adamawa, Borno, Gombe and Yobe states to ensure food security and improve smallholder farmers' livelihood through facilitation of their timely access to better quality and high-yielding varieties of maize, rice, cowpea, soybean, sorghum, and millet seeds, and essential agricultural inputs to get optimal yield through the community-based seed production program.
We thought to ourselves, what is best we can do as an institute, as a research institute? So we said to ourselves, what is it we can contribute? How can we contribute to the rising food insecurity in the country? That's when we said, well, one thing we can do, since breeder seed is an expertise research institute, that research institute have, we said we'll focus on making sure that we will get seeds available, localize the seeds at the local markets or local communities. And that's where the robust seed system idea came about. We went to the donor and they said, sure, why not? So that's what we've been doing since 2023, trying to implement a robust seed production and distribution system. So far, I'm happy to inform you that we have formed about 150 cooperatives that have been certified by the Seed Council.
People in Northeast region, like in most part of Nigeria, farmers, the first thing is to get the farmers, the people in the Northeast region back to farming. And how do you do that? You do that by ensuring that they get better yield from their farming efforts. And that was the first thing, one of the first things that we did. That is to see how we will increase the yield of the agricultural productivity. And we were able to do this by facilitating their access to improved seed varieties.
Access to seeds is crucial for farmers, but long distances and logistics costs can hinder accessibility and affordability. Community-based seed production, CBSP, removes these barriers, ensuring seeds are readily available to farmers without the burden of travel or added expenses. By bringing seed production closer to the communities, CBSP enhances accessibility and affordability, empowering farmers to access quality seeds conveniently and economically.
The major thing we did, guys, is the most important is the formation of community-based seed producer, whereby we train those people, we train the community-based seed producer on the production of improved seed variety, so that they will make the improved seed of our mandated crop, which are 6: maize, rice, cowpea, soybean, millet, and sorghum.
To a gaskiya a da irin da a kasuwa muke sayan iri muna shuka da kamar ni gona na samun buhu 13 na samu ne zuwa 16 amma yanzu da wasu suka kawo mana iri har na samun 36 bags to kaga an samu ci gaba.
A dalilin aikin noman da nake shi ke taimako na. Din yara na hudu akwai maza biyu akwai mata biyu. With this kokarin da nake na gonan da Yusuf suka zo da wannan iri sabon iri ya taimake ni duka sun gama. Na karshe wannan haife ta 2000 yanzu tana NYC. Ina gode ma Yusuf da taimakon da ta yi mu.
To date, thousands of community-based seed producers are being supported, leading to increased access to certified seeds for millions of smallholder farmers. 10 seed companies and 2,145 CBSPs are being supported to become community-based seed enterprises. This table shows the number of smallholder farmers accessing certified seeds from 2019 to 2022 through the community-based seed producers system. In 2023, the activity mobilized over 76 tons of improved breeder and foundation seeds to 10 partner seed companies and 2,145 CBSPs in the 4 intervention states of Adamawa, Borno, Yobe, and Gombe, expected to service over 12 million smallholder farmers with certified seeds. As we look ahead, partnerships between government agencies, research institutes, and grassroots organizations continue to drive positive change in rural communities.
Godiya na zuwa ga mutanen Yusuf, godiya na dewa. Sabili da akwai taimakon da suka yi mini na dole in gode musu. Saboda a da ina samun amfani abin da jan shi ma shekara da kyar. Yanzu ina samun abin da jan sha in biya wani bukatu na dewa. To kaga wannan dole in gode musu. Ina miga godiya na gare su, ina gode musu sosai mutanen Yusuf sun yi mana taimako a area mu na magabada.
Muna gode wa Yusuf domin sun zakulo mu daga mawuyacin halin da muke ciki. Sun kawo mu hannunmu, sun fidda mu a haske. Da muna cikin duhu, muna noman a duhunce ne. Amma da zuwan su yanzu sun haskaka mana, mun gane da cewa amfani da ingantaccen iri yana kawo ci gaba.
It is only registered cooperative that can be linked to the National Agricultural Seed Council, and so we'll be able to get them through these processes, to the level of the system. As I speak, we have 150 such cooperatives in the 4 states that we're working in.
What we have done is, between Damaturu and Yola, at least we can say proudly that farmers are producing seeds, certified seeds, in such a way that if a pandemic would occur again, if there would be another supply chain disruption, they will not be affected because they can get the quality seeds within 3 or 4 kilometers. And that's what we see being replicated and we like to replicate throughout Nigeria in each of the LGS. Of course, that cannot be done alone. We need all hands on deck along with the government. We need to also have the private sector coming in, institute like us, and then of course the donors. And that's what we're pushing for as an institute going forward, so that this seed system is adopted and replicated throughout Nigeria, so can adequately address the existing food security system, food security situation that we have in the country.
Special thanks to the USAID-funded Feed the Future, who makes the initiative of sustainable seed production and food security possible. In northeast Nigeria, smallholder farmers face numerous challenges. In addition to the effect of the ongoing insurgency, smallholder farmers in the region are subjected to other challenges, which include...
Hello, yeah. When we went into Northeast Nigeria in 2019 with USAID funding and IITA technologies, we went with the goal that we will increase productivity by 25%. And that's what we worked on. And our 21-22 data shows that, and we did our baseline for the legumes and the cereals. The baseline for legumes was that everything was hovering around 1 ton and less per hectare. And for the cereal, everything was hovering around 2 tons and a little less. But when we did about 2-3 years of intervention, and we did our first 21-22 impact survey, on average, the yield increased by 83%. All the legumes are now standing at close to 2 tons, and all the cereals are 4 tons and above. And that's the power of seed system that we saw. We went to USAID and said, give us a chance. Let us take this knowledge and develop a rover system in the Northeast and get this success, and we will help you address the food security. So just wanted to add that. Thank you very much for listening to the videos.
It's obvious that Mr. Prakash doesn't sleep. Please, another round of applause for him. All right, it's time to make welcome another Nigerian. Yes, from what I know and her experience in Nigeria, it's safe to say that she's a Nigerian, and just like Dr. Ken, I think the naming ceremony we conducted together for both of them. They deserve Nigerian names, truly. Please, it's time to make welcome the Deputy Mission Director, USAID. Please, a round of applause for Sarah Weth, who is representing the Mission Director of USAID for her opening remarks. That applause can be better. The first woman on the stage to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. I would love to have a Nigerian name. So, yes, unlike Dr. Dashel, I have fewer than 2 years of experience here in Nigeria, but I, like him, also have loved my experience here, and I have had the opportunity to travel to the Northeast very recently, so it's really wonderful to get out there and to see some of our projects. Unfortunately, that particular trip I was not looking at agriculture projects, but I hope to be able to do that in the future. So it's really wonderful to be here with you. I just wanted to say good morning, I think it's almost afternoon, to the representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the Director of Food Security, representatives from all the different state governments that are here today, members of the Diplomatic Corps who are present, the farmers who are really key to this entire initiative, the community-based seed entrepreneurs, and all the distinguished guests and partners. And as Dr. Dashel said, it really is a partnership, and that's really how we see Nigerians fulfilling all of the potential that you talked about today. So thank you so much for that. So I'm really happy to be here at this event representing our mission director, Melissa Jones, to showcase USAID's work in advancing Nigeria's seed sector. And again, this event is really made possible due to our close partnership with the government and the private sector. So for the past 14 years, the US government has supported food security through the Feed the Future initiative, which was established under President Obama. In 2022, the global pandemic, climate crisis, high energy and fertilizer prices, and protracted conflicts, including Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine, have all exacerbated food insecurity, as you all know. And many African nations have suffered disproportionately and borne the brunt of these issues. So in response, the United States and African leaders across the continent strengthened ties to refocus and expand public and private sector investments, and most importantly, to address the root causes of the food crisis. At the US-Africa Leaders Summit in December 2022, President Biden reaffirmed the US government's commitment to realizing African food security, which is a really key priority for the US government. And as we are all aware, Nigeria is experiencing growing food insecurity amid a price inflation rate of over 35% and a rise in the overall cost of living. We know that millions of Nigerian households face untold hardship and cannot afford basic staples. The March 2024 Cadre Hormoniz report stated that 1.8 million Nigerians will face food insecurity by August, which really requires prompt action by the array of stakeholders here, including the government of Nigeria, to support livelihood and resilience strengthening. Furthermore, while climate change is causing extreme weather conditions such as droughts and floods, it is even more challenging for smallholder farmers to increase yields and incomes. Nigeria is ranked the 6th least prepared globally to confront climate change. So this is really a call to action to focus on adaptation to achieve food security. USAID's Administrator Samantha Power challenged us when she said climate change is leading to ever more disastrous shocks, and with so many of the harshest impacts falling on poor farmers, how do we break this cycle of lurching from food crisis to food crisis? Well, we are working to answer this question by developing innovations and to assist the millions of farmers in Nigeria, including the 70% of smallholder farmers who still rely on rain-fed agriculture. In March, so this was last month, the US government launched its new Global Food Security Strategy country plan for Nigeria that supports President Biden's commitment to improve food security. This new strategy prioritizes the 3 value chains of rice, maize, and horticulture in the 6 states of Kaduna, Kano, Nasarawa, Plateau, Sokoto, and Zamfara. The strategy builds on previous achievements and lessons learned and prioritizes inclusive participation, value addition, climate adaptation, and private sector engagement, including job creation. One of the achievements of our new strategy builds on is our partnerships with the Nigerian government in advancing the seed sector. As we all know, timely, affordable, and sustainable access to quality seeds is a crucial step in improving food and nutrition security. Farmers require improved and quality seeds to cultivate healthy crops with higher yields and maximize their incomes. However, many Nigerian farmers face challenges accessing these improved seeds due to their high cost, limited availability, and lack of knowledge about improved varieties. In northeastern Nigeria, USAID, through the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, worked across the seed value chain, as you saw, and we'll talk a little bit about the partnership. So first, we partnered with the National Agriculture Seed Council to transform the seed sector through knowledge sharing of research to increase the development and adoption of improved quality seeds. USAID supported 10 Nigerian private sector companies to increase their production capacity of improved and certified seeds sold to community-based seed producers. We trained over 2,000 community-based seed producers on improved production and marketing techniques to increase the quality and quantity of seeds available to smallholder farmers. And finally, we trained over 61,000 smallholder farmers on good farming practices to increase the adoption and use of the improved seeds. And as a result, we observed over 80% increase in farmers' yields using improved seeds. Thanks. So without further ado, we look forward to continuing our partnership and engagement with the Nigerian government and private sector partners and farmers and seed entrepreneurs to enhance the performance of the agriculture system through access to quality seeds and training for all actors along the value chain. So we hope the stakeholder forum will be an opportunity for interaction, learning, and leveraging experience of the participants in this room. So I wish you all a productive and insightful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for her. So over lunch, we'll get to decide between, or rather, we're going to have to choose between Funke, Aisha, Ada, something like that. So we'll get to talk one-on-one. Please, another round of applause for her. That's the Deputy Mission Director, USAID, fully in support of this initiative.
I think this time we'll go to another region. If USAID decides to scale up the seed system to another region in Nigeria, then we'll give her the names from that region. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. It's now time to hear some goodwill messages. These messages will be as brief as possible, just so that we can move to the keynote address, which will be delivered by the representative of the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. But for now, time for goodwill messages. And the first goodwill message we will hear will be from the Ambassador of Japan, and that is Matsunaga Kazuyoshi. Please, a round of applause for him.
Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all those associated with ITA, good morning. I am Japanese. I have been in Nigeria for just only 3 years. But, thank you. But let me tell you, my first contact with Nigeria goes back to 1967, 57 years ago. When I was a 5 years old kid, I would like to show you this photo. Yeah, this is me when I was 5 years old. I met a person from abroad, first time in my life. But that gentleman was from Nigeria. Yeah, therefore, I'm so happy to be here, to stand in front of you as a Japanese ambassador to Nigeria. And also, let me briefly introduce myself to you. My first name is Kazuyoshi. It has a very special meaning. Kazu means job in Swahili language in Tanzania, when I was posted 10 years ago. Yoshi means good in Japanese. So I'm literally Mr. Good Job. So I hope I would like to deliver a very good, my welcome message to you. But today, I would like to lend my name, Good Job, to IITA and USAID and all the participants to make this fantastic conference possible. Thank you very much. First, I would like to share with you how important Nigerian seeds are to Japanese. 40% of the sesame seed consumption in Japan is made in Nigeria. Yes, wow. So considering the population of Japan, 50 million Japanese people enjoy Nigerian sesame seeds every year. So I know the value of Nigerian agricultural produce, which has potential to export and earn foreign currencies. So that's why the Japanese government has been providing a lot of agricultural projects to feed the future in Nigeria, working together with the Nigerian government, IITA, and other partners. I had the opportunity to visit IITA in Ibadan just 2 weeks ago. I was deeply impressed by the fact that IITA, as a research institution, they measured its activity not only by the number of research publications, but also by how well it returned its research results to the society and community. I was so impressed. And also regarding my connection with the United States, I spent 2 years in Boston and 4 years in Washington, D.C. So it was the longest posting in my diplomatic career. So I know the strong leadership of the United States in the international community. So in Nigeria, I believe that the role of USAID is extremely important. So USAID have made significant contribution to agriculture development and humanitarian assistance in Africa for many years. So I would like to express my deep respect for their commitment to assisting IDPs and improving agriculture productivity in Nigeria through collaboration with IITA. Also, on March 7th, as Melissa had already mentioned, we visited together Maiduguri. For the first time in my 3-year tenure. So seeing firsthand the situation of the IDP, I felt strongly the need for sustainable support. So IITA and Japan are working together on a project that aims to promote self-reliance among IDPs in Nigeria and to improve agriculture productivity. So in this project, IDPs can work as a temporary labor in farmers' field and earn income. At the same time, farmers will be supported with improved seed and fertilizer to address the challenge of labor shortage. So in this way, the IITA and Japan collaboration is advancing Nigeria's sustainable development from both humanitarian and agricultural development perspective. So I'm confident that by bringing together the knowledge and experience of various stakeholders, including international organizations, government and NGO and private sector, we can further deepen and expand the results of these efforts. So Japan will continue to strongly support Nigeria's development through cooperation with IITA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matsunaga. Good job, Kazuyoshi. Round of applause for him. If you're a Nigerian in this room, I'd like you to put your hands together for yourself. I said that because you should be very proud. I'm sure you heard Mr. Matsunaga trying to lobby us to give him a Nigerian name too. Not to worry, you'll be considered when the naming ceremony is set. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. The next goodwill message is coming from all the way from Argentina. We have the representative of the ambassador right here with us. Please put your hands together for Nicolas Perazzo, the Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Argentina, for his goodwill message.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I will be very short because after ambassadors of Japan goodwill message, I think there's no much more to say. But first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for your kind invitation that IITA made to Argentina to be present here, and of course to the USAID permanent effort in Nigeria that we hope that continues very much with this project, also with IITA. We are known not only because of football, but also because of our agriculture and husbandry output in the world. Sadly, I'm not a farmer, neither a football player, but cope with me. But being exporters of food for almost 150 years, for 400 million people, in a country that has many aspects, the good and bad, similar to Nigeria, where our businessmen, our farmers, our technicians are dealing with economic, let's put it this way, economic difficulties often. We would like very much to collaborate in this effort that IITA and USAID are doing in Nigeria to increase their production and help to measure the situation on food security in Nigeria. So humbly, whatever we can do, we are here to collaborate with both, and that would be all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very very much. Thank you very much, Argentina. I would have two goodwill messages to go, and then we'll progress to the next item on the agenda. It's important that we're talking about seeds because you do not judge anything by the harvest, but by the seeds that you sow. And so this is a very strategic meeting. And next to deliver a goodwill message is?
Next on the line, we'll have two messages coming. But before we go there, I would like to remember His Excellency, the Ambassador of Argentina, of the brewing partnership with IITA and IAA. It's one of the areas we can scale up. And since you have seen what has been done, the proof of concept is already there. I wish we can take that forward. Thank you very much. We are going to have the goodwill message from the Ambassador of Mexico right now, and that will be delivered by his representative, the Internal Cooperation Attaché, Ruben Cabrera Andrade. Can we put our hands together for him? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Or I think it's afternoon now. Maybe I will also be lobbying for my Nigerian name, even though I've only been here for 3 months, but it's been very lovely. I found out that you also eat lots of spicy food, but I think it's more spicy here. But anyways, on behalf of the Ambassador Alfredo Miranda of Mexico, I am honored to address this distinguished gathering today. I extend my deepest gratitude to the IITA, to USAID, and all the participants. Special thanks to Dr. Ken and Mr. Prakash Kant. I hope I didn't butch that. Today I'm honored to speak about a fundamental aspect of Mexico and of our economy and our cultural heritage, which is agriculture. This sector has been an integral part of our civilization since the times of the Aztecs and the Mayans. These ancient cultures developed sophisticated methods of cultivation, such as floating gardens, which showcased an early understanding of sustainable agriculture. And till this day, Mexico remains a significant global player in agriculture, evolving with the time, while always respecting its deep historical roots, and also while facing modern challenges like food security. Mexico is well known around the world as one of the top producers of avocados, tomatoes, berries. I'm sure you can find them almost anywhere, but it does not end there. Mexico's agriculture exports are a testament to the country's commitment to growth and international cooperation. With the implementation of the USMCA, the Free Trade Agreement, we have seen an unprecedented expansion of these agricultural exports, especially in the North American region. So Mexico's experience in agriculture is marked by resilience and innovation. Mexico's farmers have embraced these challenges of modernization while also maintaining sustainability practices, which are legacy of our ancestors. This balance between tradition and modernity is what defines the Mexican agricultural sector. And as we Mexicans continue to export goods, we also share a piece of our heritage in our culture, creating global connections that reinforce the significance of agriculture in promoting mutual understanding and cooperation amongst nations. I hope these events provides an excellent opportunity to reflect on the role of agriculture, not only in the economy, but also in the very fabric of society. And we look, as we look to the future, let us continue to support this vital sector, ensuring that it remains sustainable and vibrant for generations to come. Thank you.
By the way, Mr. Cabrera, what's your favorite Nigerian meal? Do you have any favorite yet? Okay, you need to try our egusi soup, or if you like, our jollof, our award-winning jollof. Nigerians, please, a round of applause for yourselves. When I said Nigerians, a round of applause for yourselves, did you see how the USAID Deputy Mission Director clapped really hard? Please, another round of applause, everyone.
So, last but not the least for this segment, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, at this point, I want to make a note before we have this message. In the wisdom of the donor, USAID, during the design of this activity and all through implementation, gender and inclusive development has been a very key pillar. And we make sure at every point of implementation, we take cognizance of that pillar. So at this point, we have a representative of persons with disabilities who is also a very critical partner who would like to give a goodwill message. The representative of the persons with disability is a national figure, has represented that group both home and abroad in Europe and America, representing Nigeria at that level, talking about the welfare of this particular group. It's my pleasure to introduce Liz Auta to give a goodwill message on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quadri. Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to sit on the already established protocol. My name is Lois Auta. I am representing persons with disabilities on the platform of Cedar Seed Foundation. As we all know, we have a Nigerian Disability Act, which was signed into law in 2019, and a National Commission for Persons with Disabilities was established in 2020. And the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 19 to be precise, talks about the right to independent living as persons with disabilities. And Article 28 also states that in every social inclusion activity, persons with disabilities should be included. And you know, we have 4 social inclusion models, which are exclusion, segregation, integration, and inclusion. As it is, Nigeria is still operating on the 3rd level, that's the integration social inclusion model. And you know, we also need to move from social model to human right model. And the human right model wants everyone to be included, not minding the status, gender, disability, or whatever. And I'm proud of USAID for extending invitation to us. This means a lot to us. And I am also a farmer. So it is time that we become deliberate in everything we do, our agenda, our initiatives, our projects, and every activity, including agricultural activity. We have many farmers with disabilities. And a few months ago, we met with Feed the Future on under the USAID that are working in Niger State, Kaduna State, and other states. I think there are 7. So this is from the Northeast. We have other part of the USAID that is working on other value chain and locations separately from this. We met them and they requested for our database, and I believe that very soon we're going to be working together to ensure the complete inclusion of persons with disabilities in this very activity. Thank you very much for giving me the mic to deliver this goodwill message, and I wish us all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lois Aita. Please, another round of applause for her. This time a better one. You know what I think? Disability is not. Disability is a matter of perception. If you can do just one thing well, then you're needed by someone. And then for most of us, when you hear disabled, you think it's someone who cannot walk, talk, whatever it is. But I think the real disability is found in people who do not find joy in life. Our Lois, you just heard her, even as she is a farmer. She's doing something. So it's important to find one thing that you can do well and do it. Of course, that is ability. Thank you so much. So we progress to the next item on the agenda. And of course, this is a high point because we're about to receive the keynote address. Although we do not have the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security present with us in person, but he's here with us in spirit and he has sent his representative. Please, let's put our hands together as we make welcome the Director, Food Reserves, Dr. Sule, for the keynote address.
Good afternoon, all. You already know my name. I'm Dr. Engineer Haruna Suleiman. I'm the Director of Food and Strategic Reserve of the Ministry. The Honorable Minister, who is unavoidably absent, has asked me to please represent him. And if that apology is accepted, permit me to go straight to read his keynote address. Your Excellencies, the ambassadors of Japan, Argentina, Mexico, and others here present, the Mission Director, USAID, Ms. Shelia A. Jones, Dr. Ken Dashell, Deputy Director General, Partnership for Delivery, IITA, the Chief of Party, Field the Fusion Nigeria Integrated Agriculture of IITA, also here present, the Honorable Commissioners from the Northeast states of Nigeria, that is the state of Adamawa, Borno and Yobe, and Gombe states here present, captains of industries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me, if I have missed out anything, to align myself with the already established protocol. Good afternoon, all. It gives me a great sense of duty to secure the participation of my representative in this special occasion because of the importance of this event. I intend to be personally present at this occasion, but because of my tight official engagement, I could not be present here physically. as a commitment to ensure that we carry out all segments along the agricultural value chain that would steer the agriculture and food security sector place towards the attainment of the key priorities of Mr. President's 8-point agenda, which was unveiled on August 28, 2023, during one of the Federal Executive Council meeting. We as a ministry, we have examined what needs to change and what we need to do to realign existing initiatives and programs that are on course to be in line with the 4 priorities of the Renew Hope agenda that are core to my ministry. For the avoidance of doubt, the following presidential priorities are core to my ministries are food security, economic growth and job creation, poverty eradication, inclusivity, youth and women, an enabling environment for individual groups and private sector to participate in governance and economic activities. These priority areas are part of the federal government initiatives and pathway to achieve the commitment of Mr. President's Renew Hope agenda. Strategic priorities, deliverables on food security that will guarantee the SDG 1, 2, 5, and 12. The Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security have outlined a series of critical pathways to solve the food security challenges. These pathways are streamlined into short-term, medium, and long-term for a period of 4 years. And these include, among other plans, the immediate production of 31 million metric tons of grain in 2024 towards security, food sufficiency, and global security. For success to be achieved, factors to be addressed are the seed availability, affordability, and adoptable, paying particular attention to food security. Major crops that are most concerned are rice, maize, wheat, sorghum, and cowpea in 2024. To enable us to achieve this, we required about 312,000 metric tons of seed, which is to be achieved, which is to enable us to achieve the required metric tons as earlier stated. This calls for immediate prioritization of certification of available planting materials for some food security crops to be supported by Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, especially in the area of the National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agro Pocket Scheme project to support with high seeds, high quality seeds for rice, wheat, maize, cassava, and other inputs at a subsidized rate. My ministry is already carrying out this, and most of the seeds, the inputs, are all given to farmers at a highly subsidized rate. Importantly, there is need for pasture seeds development, folder and foliage estate that will gradually eliminate farmers and herders clashes. creation of banks facilities to also banks facility to also come up under the short-term interventions of this administration is also of paramount importance. While refocusing to increase sensitization, surveillance, and enforcement of its law towards curbing infiltration and unsatisfied seeds that rob farmers of their value for money, Nigeria Agricultural Seed Council will be empowered to carry out its mandate through strategic reforms and budgeting, which would be basically attached to the KPIs, which is in line with the goal of the administration and to drive global declaration of the food emergencies, and the role of African seed sector in creating a sustainable food system to ensure access to nutrition and affordable food both now and in the future through making quality seeds available to farmers by deploying all arsenals for efficient seed certifications. Surveillance, mopping out of hydro-treated seeds, and appropriate sanctions in line with the prescribed laws of the land. Now more than ever, before Nigerian seeds development requires partnership and synergy among all key stakeholders that will facilitate a model of collaboration built on knowledge sharing, exchange, expertise, competitiveness, and mutual benefit that will be instrumental advancing Nigerian seed sector. Of great interest is the new science, technology, and innovation, STI, developed by USAID, Field the Fusion Nigeria Integrated Agricultural Activities, implemented by IITA, a community-based enterprises model that is not only localized but adaptable to the communities, climatic and specific conditions, and above all, against the traditional approach of demand-driven, which have not been effective. The NIAA model is market-driven and on the need-based riding on cohesive cooperative system to create the needed ownership and stewardship to protect enterprises. This model developed and promoted by IITA/NIAA was piloted in the northeast of Nigeria in the states of Adamawa, Borno, Gombe, and Yobe, building an ecosystem and end-to-end market-driven seed network through the community-based system to produce seed to a network link farmers group aggregated within the community with the local governments. This, by extensions, makes the availability and adaptable and specific resilient seeds to the ecology of the locations concerned. Let me conclude my speech by a call to all research institutes to copy from IITA in providing solution technology and innovation that will solve our teaching problems in agricultural sector. As IITA have come up with varietal crops that will not only improve farmers' productivity, efficiency, smart and climate resistance, and above all, early maturity crops that solves our communal conflicts between farmers and herders. My speech will not be complete without thanking the donors, USAID, Feed the Future, whose generosity of the people of America makes it possible to see such a gigantic success and transformation of agricultural sector. We thank you most profoundly and immensely appreciate and call on you to please extend your operations and support in achieving global food security and inclusiveness. To this, I say thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. That's the representative of the Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. Please, a round of applause for him. It's important to mention that we have with us representatives from the Nigerian Army farms and ranches. Very easy to spot. Please, a round of applause for our military men seated with us. Thank you so much. We also have with us the representative of the Executive Director of Premium Trust Bank, Uchechukwu Umbama. Many thanks for joining us. All right. So it's now time for presentation of certificates.
Another important dignitary here present, Dr. Samuel Ayodele Olabanji of the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. You are recognized, please. Can we put our hands together for him? It's time to get to another important agenda for this occasion. Indeed, this is the height of today's event. Two things will be happening at the same time, one after the other. We will be presenting certificates from the National Seed Council to our certified community-based seed entrepreneurs, which is the beginning of their journey into seed entrepreneurship. As from today, the representative of the cooperatives will collect their certificate and go back to their communities and begin to function as entrepreneurs even beyond the lifespan of the activity. That will happen first. The next one will be the release of some books, knowledge materials that we have produced as part of our exit strategy. Now that we are in a closeout year, part of what we are looking at is how do we sustain all the works that we have done over the last 5 years. And as it is characteristics of IITA, we like to share knowledge. We like to document knowledge. So on this occasion, we are going to release 2 great books, one on production and one on investment. Because all we do is increase productivity, and when we increase productivity, we turn it to an opportunity to increase income through investment. So what we have done in terms of knowledge, we will also be releasing today as part of the program. First to go, certificates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kadri. The presentation of certificates will be done in batches. And just to let you know, it's in no particular order, actually. So we'd have first the representative of the mission director, USAID, come forward to present the very first set of certificates to all right, we'd like her to please just come forward right here. And the very first to receive certificates, the NASC certificate this morning is the Gombe Youth Community-Based Seed Entrepreneur Cooperative Society. A round of applause for the representative, Alhaji Yakubu Abdullahi, as it comes forward. So that's Gombe Youth. You can see the excitement. You can literally touch it.
Congratulations.
And next is Gumanama Community-Based Seed Entrepreneur Cooperative Society. A round of applause for the representative, Simdiga Oliva. Please, as you keep clapping, there'll be springs on their steps. Many thanks, Deputy Mission Director. Your job is done. Thank you for a good job. So you can take the name of the Japanese ambassador briefly. All right, so next to make presentation is the representative of the Minister of Agriculture. I'd like you to please step forward, sir. And to receive certificate now is Yumir Kuthi, Community-Based Seed Entrepreneur Cooperative Society. Round of applause for Solomi Bichos. Please keep clapping.
Congratulations.
Of course, congratulations are in order. Next on the list is Nagata Community-Based Seed Entrepreneurs. Nagata. Please, a round of applause for him. You can see he's feeling like a champion. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Your job is done. Next to make presentation is Mr. Ken Abdullahi. All right. But to think of it, he stood up like, he agrees. All right, the next certificate is going to Nasara Community-Based Seed Entrepreneur Cooperative Society, and the representative is Aishatu Jibril. This means a lot to them, honestly. I must tell you. Next to receive a certificate is Mauku Ape, Bangaje Community-Based Seed Entrepreneurs Cooperative Society. The representative is John Tucker. Thank you very much, Mr. Ken Abdullahi. Your job is done. All right. Mr. Ken Abdullahi Dashel there. Another round of applause for him. Next to receive certificates, all right, before certificates, this will be done by NASC themselves. That's talking about the National Agricultural Seeds Council. Dr. Sidafamo, please step forward for presentation. And this certificate now is going to Nasara Women Cooperative Society, all the way from Yobe State. The representative is Adama Madaki. Congratulations. Please step forward swiftly just so we can progress to the next item on the agenda. And last but not least, to receive the NASC certificate is Lai Development Community-Based Cooperative Society. A round of applause for Sada to Sule Saiki, the representative. Lai. You know, Nigerians know how to repeat words. When someone tells a lie, instead of say, oh, that's a lie, lie. All right, so that'll be it. Thank you so much, NASC. We do appreciate you. So that's presentation of certificates done and dusted. We move now to the release of books, like Mr. Kadri was telling you about. He'll just give us a brief overview of what the books are about.
Yes, just like I was saying, this is the time to look at sustainability. This is the time to put what we have done in documents as legacies for knowledge sake, either for other implementing partners or researchers or students to be able to take development forward. So that when anybody is doing what we have done, they are not starting from ground zero. That is the essence of this. Part of the approach we use at the beginning, and that is part of the uniqueness of IITA, is to match crop varieties to the growing environment. A number of varieties have been released across the country. So variety can grow in the northeast and will not grow in the southwest. Some will grow in the southeast and will not grow in the northwest. There are a number of releases like that. But what makes the difference in integrated agricultural activity and IITA technology is that we took that step further and tried to go deeper into the communities that we are operating using the DST model to be able to synchronize the edaphic characteristics of the environment to the specific varieties that we do best, not the ones that we do well, the ones that we do best in those zones. Among us that have been recommended for Northeast, for example, which ones will grow best in Gombe? This is the kind of modeling that we have done, and there are successes that have been achieved. As a result, we made an attempt to document what we have done for posterity. This is on the production line. After increasing productivity, what next? It has to translate into income. And how do you do income? How do you make more money? It's by investment. What are the things that we need to do as an entrepreneur? After knowing the technical details of production, do you produce and keep in the house? No, you need to improve your livelihood. We went further by also documenting experiences in terms of what you need to do if you are going into the production of any of the priority crops that were promoted to actually make money. If you are not doing those things, it means you are not doing business. Don't go there. So these two books are very important to us, and then we want today, through the grace of the United States Agency for International Development and the technology of IITA, to release this into the public for use so that it can be said that we have also together contributed to development in the agricultural space. Therefore, at this point,
let's first and foremost make welcome an usher to come pick up the books, and you do the handing over to the names that will be mentioned. They'll come forward to get a copy of the book.
Please have a listing of the dignitaries that will come forward from the mission to IITA to the diplomatic mission and then to some of the partners. Okay. We'll be having the Deputy Mission Director, USID, please step forward to be part of the team that will produce one of this, one of that, to each person that comes forward.
Hand over the books to them. They'll please come forward to the stage because we're going to have a group photograph after that.
Deputy Director General, P for DIITA, can you please come forward? Dr. Sule, Director of Food Reserve and Strategy.
Please a round of applause for them.
The Honorable Commissioners for Agric, Yobe, Adamawa, Gombe, and Borno. Can you please come up all together, please? His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Argentina, represented His Excellency, the Ambassador of Mexico, the Country Director, International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics. Can we have you on stage too? You are part of this memento. Please have a bite of it. The Chief of Party, Integrated Agricultural Activity, the Sierra Leonean Embassy is also here represented. More books, sir. Okay. And the also representative of the Tunisian Embassy. That will be it. I think they have each of the book.
All right, I would like the mission director to please come to the middle. You're the only woman here. Please a round of applause for her. You are a powerful woman, you know, amongst all the men. So we want the podium out so we can have this photo session done quickly.
Yeah, to the glory of God Almighty and the prosperity of smallholder farmers all over Nigeria. Can we raise up the books? Thank you, photo clickers. Thank you very much. Now the book is ready for use for the entire public, courtesy of United States Agency for International Development. We can't appreciate you more. Thank you very much. Yes, I think we can come down now.
Thank you very much. We do sincerely appreciate everyone for your time and patience. Just to let you know that we have a technical session that is coming up shortly, and that will be after tea break. But before tea break, we have an exhibition tour, and that's for VIPs. Every other person would have a chance to take an exhibition tour, but that will be much later. So while the VIPs go for the exhibition, we would go for tea break, and then we would reconvene for the technical session. And just in case you're leaving this room, could you please just listen to this important announcement? Our IITA has mapped out something very special for those who get to stay to the end of this event. So I would encourage you, if you're going for tea break or going for the exhibition tour, to please reconvene here as we move into the technical session. Thank you so much. That'll be very short, say 10, 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, so we'll have the VIPs move out through this door for the exhibition tour, and then every one of us can move out through the other door. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello 2 2. Check. Hello 2. Check.
You're hearing us, yeah? But even outside, it's not loud. Yeah, they're still it. Just take it.
Hello 2 2. Check.
cake. We have made peanuts from it because it's not only for consumption, we also teach the women for enterprises and then food by station. Yes, that's it. So we now make this popcorn crunches. Popcorn crunches, then we now make sorghum chin. That's value chain. We make popcorn out of it. So we just make them for food diversification and then they can use it as a trade, as an enterprise. And then the first thing we look at is vegetables. You know we are in the north, sometimes we have more availability of grain and less availability. So we now made it a way that drying the vegetables, it will still preserve its micronutrients instead of some drying it. So even if where there's not available of vegetables, you can always have them. So that's one thing. Then so it's drying, probably 6 hours, less than 6 hours. It can stay long. Yeah, it's like 6 months. Like this. If you like that, airtight 6 months. Yes, yes. So even
when you are not educated, because what matters in life is temperature.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
That's onion. Okay, after slicing, air drying it.
Let's go to the next one.
Air dry. Air dry.
Thank you. Well done, sir. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I miss having you in the office. So we need to plan for it.
We really need to.
Yes, sir. Well done. Yeah.
Like maize, soybean, we know. But yes, what IB has done to manage this or even remove it, develop Abbas. Yes, this is the man in charge. I will tell you. What do you think? Thank you very much. So one thing that we have done with IIT is to develop products that can develop production at very high levels with zero aggregation. Imagine going to some market with this type of concentration. This is about 100 times more efficient. But with the use of this type of products, we have solutions that now we have a product is promising, is already in the market. Asian we are technically not stopping them, but they are but they need to have help I just heard about that around the make if you use it in groundnut, it opens possibilities for farmers being able to export it. It's very simple. It's very how do you apply? When the crop is developed, not only with flower, the farmer needs to go and apply to grow carrots like that. As possible. So it takes about 3 hours for one person in 1 hectare. But that means it takes less time. So it's only one time per cropping season. But that investment, as I mentioned, can result in production, safe rates, that can have benefits of health, income. Do you have a company? IITA license to a company, a Nigerian company. So if you have that, you know. The basics of the ability and also context. here you have way more information.
Thank you so much, Alejandro. So let's move on to the next
You only need your right of oil, yes, fresh bell pepper, fresh hot pepper, what, yes, and there is no preservative, nothing. It can be safe for a year. It's in and out of it. You don't have to put it in the refrigerator. You can just keep it on your shelf.
provided airtime. It's already I know why I asked.
Yes, provided it's airtime.
What you don't open,
Yes.
what is called.
Yes,
Except if you want to use it. But still there is one the question from the is very important. How do you tackle the amount of waste that comes in? For it to be very storage up to here.
Yeah. Okay, what I do is before I distribute it, first I use body after body report, and then my report and the bottom report. So I put it in the side. And after that, I'll put back on fire. If there is any water, it will come out. Then I'll
leave the lid open.
No, I'll just close it, but not tight. I will close it tight. Yes, so that if there is any water, it will come out. Yes, then after that, I will tight.
The case in an unfriendly environment.
Yes.
And what to produce in an unfriendly environment? What adapt? It is fine, definitely, and adapt.
Yes. And then if you want to use it, and you cannot finish off, after using it, you can put carrot oil on top, cover it like this. Yes, it is the airtime.
And what is it?
Yes.
Of course, during the season. Yes, with this, you can put it.
Yes. Not this.
Yes, and now,
But it's not very hard.
now, the last one, where we have actually samples of the seed that we have collected among the farmers. We have the other. We have production man
Thank you very much, good afternoon, everyone. So we have different varieties that we are promoting that are adapted to the location which we are. Following the scientific analysis, we have varieties that are more suitable to the environment. We have shorter range, high sunlight and everything. So what we do, we have done demonstration plots with this variety, and this is currently what we are promoting. As you can see, like here, like this one two now, we have this one is more colored, this one is colored. That is the secret certificate. One of the major technologies we are also promoting among the farmers. So here we have cowpeas that we cowpeas to try to improve between the issue between farmers headers, because most times when the headers are going, the cowpeas are usually going. So we have cowpeas that are short duration, whereby by the time they can harvest when they are harvesting their maize. So there will be not even any cowpea that will even cause clash in the long run. We have short duration cowpeas. Then we also have soya bean varieties that when they get dried, they don't break, they don't shatter. So these varieties are very, very good. We have TJX 1901, 1901, TJX 1951. We also have rice varieties. Now, please, rice, everybody now, rice. So we have varieties that are very good for the upland rainy season. You have no issue. Then we have like 9 that also very short duration, because Or you know, if you use the wrong relation, it will not do. We also have in the maize, we have provitamin A maize, Samas 52, which is very good nutritious meat. So some of our nutrition are promoting nutrition, and I'm sure you saw it there. So we also have early and extra early maturing varieties of maize, very short time them to mature. Some of them you can get twice in a cycle. So in nutshell, this is what we have. Yes.
Which one? How many days?
We have we have a variety like the Samata, extra early maturing variety.
And there are two things involved. When the rain season sets in, the intensity of rainfall is definitely a little different from the time when the rainy season is. Planning maybe is trying to set it up.
Yes. So usually what we try to do is promote location whereby they can do things precisely because they can supplement maybe a month irrigation. So we recommend that so they can go through cycles in just 1 month irrigation. And
but you can go maybe 3 or 4 times maybe when you need drip irrigation. You know, we are having our own drip irrigation.
As long as there's moisture. If you go 3 cycles, go 3 cycles. So the major thing is that
all the other materials are there, reference guides, production manual, all the
yeah, we also have some of our success stories from our farmers. Success stories from our farmers. That they are all the experience so you can read.
In my state in Borno, we are planting 7,000 hectares of drip irrigation. So it is very, very good if we can get the amount of very important.
This is the most of the material.
We are expecting to get into 500.
So when I'm
Hi, ma. Yes, ma. Video la wa ṣe báyìí.
I'm saying you will remove me.
I know that. Sure.
Okay.
Like the ushers to please help us get people back in the room. Ushers outside, please would like you to help us get everyone outside back in the room so we can kickstart the technical session. Would like the ushers to please get everyone back in the room so we can kickstart the technical session, please. And if you can hear me from outside, please, we're about to kickstart the technical session. We'd like you to get seated. Ushers, please, we'd like you to help us get the room organized. Get everyone outside to come back into the room so we can kickstart the technical session. Ushers, please do the needful. I hope we have the Acting Director General, National Agricultural Seeds Council, Dr. Khalid Ishak, already seated in the room and getting set, because your technical session is first before we proceed to a panel discussion. All right, so we're ready to kickstart the technical session. We'd like to have some quiet in the room. I would like those moving backwards to please occupy the seats in front so we can get a bit more organized. The very first presentation for this technical session is on enabling environments, seed system governance and private sector participation, the institutional factors paramount in determining the enabling environment for seed systems, development and growth, such as seed policy, seed system governance, and seed system management. And I've just been reliably informed that the presentation will be done by Dr. Ebirade Jimmy Zida Former. Just before he comes forward, or rather, I'd like him to please just step forward. I'd like him to please a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Just to let you know who is coming to make this presentation, he is the Director of Seed Coordination and Management Services at the National Agricultural Seeds Council, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. He hails from Bayelsa State, the oil-rich Bayelsa State, where anything can happen to the pipelines. He holds the BSc in crop science, an MSc in plant breeding, and a recent PhD in the same field. Dr. Zidane Former joined the Federal Civil Service in 1993 and has risen to the rank of director. His career includes roles such as seed production officer, research liaison officer, and participation in various committees. He is a diligent and reliable achiever with awards and research publications to his credit. He is happily married with children. A round of applause for him as he comes forward for his presentation.
Thank you very much, the MC. I am stepping in for my acting director general. He would have been here personally to make this presentation. Since yesterday, the council is hosting 5 countries, the seeds sector of 5 countries that came for a study tour. So for that reason, he is unable to come around. He is the chief host and cannot leave his guests at this moment because it's today is happened to be the very critical moment that their visit really need to get some good results. So he could not come, so he asked me to really step in and deliver his paper. And he's sending his apologies, and I'm believing that that apology is well taken and by all. So by way of just trying to step into what he has written here, I want to say that right from the inception, the integrated agricultural activity of the Feed the Future under the US aid has been a project that the State Council has been part of since 2019. And we have been involved in planning and even the implementation, because the quality assurance aspect is a very key thing in getting improved seeds to our farmers. So while we were at the headquarters doing the planning, our regional office at Gombe was doing the field work. So we have been part and parcel of this project, and just the way the intro from the chief of party, all that he has talked about, he has been talking about the partnership that the project had with the National Agricultural Seed Council. With that, I want to go into what he has put in here. A key note address by the Acting Director General, National Agricultural Seed Council, on enhancing seed systems development for improved food security in Northeast Nigeria. I want to, at this moment, stand on the already established protocol, and we want to greet and salute every one of us. I am honored to stand before you today at the esteemed gathering, the high-level stakeholders forum on seed system development, hosted by the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agricultural Activity. The forum represents a critical juncture in our collective efforts to advance food security and economic recovery in the northeast region of Nigeria, a region that has endured significant challenges due to ongoing conflicts and instability. First and foremost, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this event for their commitment to fostering dialogue and collaboration among stakeholders in the agricultural sector. The theme of today's forum, Enhancing Seed Systems Development for Improved Seed Security, underscores the critical role that high-quality seeds play in driving agricultural productivity, resilience, and food security, particularly in conflict-affected areas. As we gather here together, it is imperative that we recognize the context in which our efforts are situated. The northeast region of Nigeria has faced immense hardship as a result of the persistent insurgency, which has disrupted livelihood, displaced communities, and severely impacted agricultural production. In response to these challenges, the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agriculture Activity, in partnership with USAID and other stakeholders, have been working tirelessly to support vulnerable population in the region to re-engage in basic farming activities. Central to our approach is the recognition that a well-functioning seed system is fundamental to sustainable agricultural development. Seed as the bedrock of agriculture serving as the foundation upon which food security and economic prosperity are built. Therefore, efforts to enhance seed system must be comprehensive, inclusive, and tailored to the unique needs and context of the communities we serve. One of the key objectives of the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Activity is to strengthen the institutions that form the market system and the network that serve smallholder farmers disenfranchised by conflict. In this regard, I am pleased to note the crucial role played by the National Agricultural Seeds Council in regulating and promoting the development of the national seed industry. The NASC has been instrumental in ensuring the availability, accessibility, and affordability of high-quality planting materials to farmers across Nigeria. The theme of today's forum also highlights the paradigm of the USAID intervention in Northeast Nigeria. Through initiatives like the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agriculture, USAID has demonstrated its unwavering commitment to supporting vulnerable populations and building resilience in conflict-affected areas. By focusing on seed system development, we are laying the groundwork for sustainable agricultural growth and improved food security, which are essential components of broader efforts to promote peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. Looking ahead, there are several critical areas that warrant our collective attention and action. First, we must continue to invest in research and development to enhance the quality, adaptability, and resilience of seed varieties. Second, we must strengthen extension services and farmer education programs to ensure that smallholder farmers have the knowledge and skills needed to maximize the potential of improved seeds. Third, we must foster collaboration between the public and private sector to facilitate the production, distribution, and marketing of high-quality seeds. Before I conclude, I want to say that when this project came up and the conflict was even at a very intense state, during one of the planning meetings, we at the council level we now thought, how do we really make improved seeds available to this risk area where people will not want to go in? The conventional seed companies are afraid to move into Northeast. And it became very difficult to get improved seeds and to make the indigenes there to really continue the activity. Seed is needed. The Northeast is an agrarian population. So for them to really come back to their farming activities, good seed is needed. how would these seeds get to them when the conventional seed companies are not really moving in? And at that time, we only had not more than 3 indigenous seed companies that are in the Northeast, Jikul and 1 or 2. So they cannot, because of the district movement, be able to get across to farmers. So we now looked at that the best way that we can approach this is to really encourage communities' seed production. And that was where we started to work towards that. And the management of the project was very much keen and active in that area. Within the short space of time, with limited movement, they were able to really organize cooperatives, because we had to tell them what and what is required to set up this. They organized the cooperatives, registered them, and started training them. And within that space of time, we had over 2,000 registered. And that was a great milestone. And at this moment, as we have witnessed, the cooperatives that have formed themselves into seed producing groups have been given certificates to be seed entrepreneurs. And I know that as they go back to their base, they will be able to work and earn a living from even the seeds. The last planning meeting we had, there was these cooperatives that came. There were even seed users that came. They testified that what they are getting from these community-based seed producers are of high quality. And some of the even conventional seed companies that are there said what they produced, there is no carryover. They were able to sell all of them within the area. So this is a great testament to the success of these activities. And the National Agricultural Seed Council is proud to be associated with the project. And we are believing that if you said we'll be able to be magnanimous enough to make an extension and scale out, it will be a great benefit to the country. In conclusion, I want to say that the challenges facing the agricultural sector in the Northeast Nigeria are complex and multifaceted, but they are not insurmountable. By working together and leveraging the expertise, resources, and the partnership that exists within and among us, we can overcome these challenges and build a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food system. The stakes are high, but so too are the opportunities. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our commitment to enhancing seed system development for improved food security and laying the foundation for a brighter future for all. Thank you very much, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Zida Foma for that beautiful presentation. We do sincerely appreciate you for keeping the time. It's now time for a panel discussion, and this panel discussion is focused at what's at stake with the level of seed systems development in Nigeria. Is there a sustainable risk management framework that enhances the ecosystem of seeds production and trade in Nigeria? And to lead this panel discussion is Professor Sharubutu, the Executive Secretary, Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, Federal Ministry of Agriculture. It looks like there's a change to that. Okay, I'm being told that there's a slight change. Professor Sharabuchi will not be leading the panel session, would have Angarai Ignatius, Dr. Angarai Ignatius. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Just to let you know that he's a senior scientist specializing in genetics and crop breeding in the research program on accelerated crop improvement at ICRISAT, based in Kano, Nigeria. He holds a PhD from the Modibo Adamawa University, Federal University of Technology, Yola, Nigeria. He's driven by technology for impact, considering the benefits of dryland cereals, legumes, and is involved in several feats in the agricultural sector. Please, another round of applause for him. He's going to introduce his panelists. I'll let him do that, and I'm sure they'll get into the panel discussion quickly. If you have questions, please note them at the end of the session. We'll take them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, for this time around. And like the predecessors did mention, maybe you will allow me not to stand on them or to sit on them, but to lean on established protocol so that one will not feel has been pushed aside. Before I introduce the panelists, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for counting me worthy to be at least initially one of the panelists, but I'd been overtaken by event when Professor Sharubutu sent message this morning that since he's away because of some other important engagement that he could not allow him to be here, though he has sent his representative, but that I should stand in his place. So thank you very much for accepting that suggestion and giving me the opportunity to lead this panel. Though I will set the stage when after I've introduced the panelists. So the members of this panel are as follows. We have Dr. Alejandro Ortega. Please, can you come to the... followed by Mr. Basi Achibong, if he's here. We are also having, along with us, Dr. Ibrahim Yakubu. Then, well, we are looking forward to his coming to the stage. We have also Mr. Aminu Buhari. And last but not the least, Dr. Olushola Abikain, if you are here. Are we all available, or are there some that are still okay? So these are the members of the panel that will, in 5 minutes, based on the questions that will be thrown to them, share their experience, aspirations, and the way forward, listening to all that has happened since morning to this hour, and considering that we are looking for enabling environment for seed governance and private seed participation, because that will help to look at the seed policy, seed governance, and the seed system management. But before I ask the panelists, this is just to showcase our gathering this afternoon, which we started since morning, the power of unity and knowledge sharing, especially with the new concept of 1CG in looking forward to see how all the CG centers can come together, share their ideas, and see how the present situations across the globe based on either global warming cases of IDPs, food insecurity, food nutrition security, and the rest can be resolved looking at the SDGs. Because I remember in 2015 when FAO called on a survey, because when the Boko Haram challenge erupted in Borno State, some of the IDPs were like, how do they get seats? But then there was no evidence to showcase. So a survey was conducted which revealed that one of the serious issues, especially for those IDPs, is access to seat. And even if there is seat, quality seat. And even if there is quality seat, but appropriate seat for those regions. And as a result of that, there were a lot of policy briefings, which I remember Policy Act 34 of 2018 gave room when the groundnut upscaling project was carried out in Nigeria. And before we know it, the National Agri-Seed Council brought the idea to look at how actually seed can be taken closely to the people in the rural communities which have been displaced and who are intending to come back, but they don't have access because the private seed companies were not actually confident to send their agencies to those localities. Globally, based on statistics, by the year 2050, the world population will actually get to about 9.3 billion from the present 7.3 that is on the ground. And all have been shown that agriculture, because all these human beings are not going to eat synthetic foods, rather real food that will give nutrition for health. And the only thing that can help in the agricultural productivity is the seed, because it is the one that has the genetic will to transfer the nutrients that is expected for human survival. And as a result, because of its role, globally, seed is traded is about $47 billion. In Nigeria, as of recent 2023 information, Nigeria domestic seed trade has reached about 120 million. But then how do we sustain, because with the climate change, there are a lot of needs to look at climate resilient seed and food security system, but which can only be attended through the seed. But these seeds that are produced and initiative of IITA to see how that can come up with better solution. And when COVID actually came up, that was even another evidence to showcase that farmers need to produce seed close to their seed need to be produced closely to the farmers. And when we look around and we participated in this process, we also found out that the way now forward to strengthen this seed system is to have a kind of institutional arrangement that will help the business without even any other project coming in to function and makes it available to the farmers. In one of the experiments we are even trying in Jigawa and Bauchi State, additional strength is to have what we call farmer field schools, where these farmers are directly trained to produce these seeds on their own and through the cooperatives. So we are going to listen to the panelists to showcase to us how each of their opinions can be pulled together as a matter of urgency and necessity with the passion that we need seeds across our communities so that we'll not go dry after the project is over and there is no possibility for sustainability. I wish to call on as a central to begin, I want to ask Dr. Alejandro Ortega that what is the position of science in IITA promoted technology? Oh, okay, yeah, all right. So I will ask him some questions, then he will give us brief of what. Okay. So thank you for coming up to the stage, Dr. Alejandro Ortega. And I want you to share your thoughts in the next 5 minutes. What is the position of science in the IITA promoted technologies under the Feed the Future Nigerian Integrated Agricultural Activity? And how does it reinforce the food security initiative of the government of Nigeria?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thank you for also for the invitation, Prakash. Let me mention that everything that we do at IITA is based in solid science. We are not just promoting technologies for the sake of them, but we want to have farmers using technologies that have been tested not only in research stations or laboratories, but actually in farmer field conditions. With that, we are sure that farmers are going to be using technologies that are going to be yielding good harvest of high quality, or maybe not only seeds, but also some other technologies that can increase productivity. So basically, whatever we are promoting is based on a lot of research, a lot of partnerships, and a lot of testing. And whenever we find that something is not working, we do some reorganization to have technologies actually adapted to the local context. Everything that we do also at IITA is with the objective, in the case of Nigeria, to fulfill the mandate of the government in terms of food security and food safety. We are working towards developing technologies that can increase yields, that these yields are nutritious, safe, but also that they lead to job creation, emergence of private sector companies, and at the end of the day, also having companies that are sustainable. I want to mention that even though it's not one of the key technologies being promoted by the initiative, there are many other that eventually can benefit farmers in these 4 targeted states. So I invite you to take a look at these technologies and adopt them as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that response. But please, if you have any question, jot it down so that we'll come back to question sessions, which you can now direct your question to the speakers. Once again, we will continue to Mr. Achibo as to tell us, how does the USAID funded and IITA promoted community-based seed entrepreneur model fit into the quest for a strong and healthy seed delivery system in Nigeria, which in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability? You have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me quickly re-echo what you just mentioned, and has been also mentioned by several speakers here today, that firstly, we need to understand that for any farmer, to make any headway, such a farmer must have the right seed. Otherwise, whatever other inputs is being poured on the seed, will be a waste. Then for this seeds to be available, it also needs to be affordable. We've seen that in the Northeast in particular, largely farmers had spend some amount of money to get seeds from outside the region, and so the effort of ITA and its partner research, funded by USAID, have been to make sure that seeds are brought to as near to the farmers as possible, and we need to understand that the community-based seed enterprise model, which we promote, drives seed penetration for improved seed. And so, if we are talking about food security for the country, we need to understand that the right kind of seed must be available, to the farmer at the right time, at the right cost, and then the farmers must also have access. What we have done in the past few years has been to ensure that, number one, the farmers understand the different elements of producing seeds. Today, we had a brief discussion with some of my friends outside, and they were asking, what is the difference between the seed and grain? How can we go into seed business? So, well, if you want to know whether seed production is profitable, you need to know that grains are measured in mudu, but seeds are measured in kg. But you must be ready to go into the business. So for us, we are very particular about getting our local farmers to understand the dynamics of going into seeds production. And oftentimes when we begin to discuss the issue of food security and food production and seed, seed companies get a bit worried that, okay, these guys who are coming to take our business. But I do know that there is a nexus for which community-based seed enterprises can interface with seed companies in a win-win situation. For instance, we know that seed companies have the reach outside the region, but community-based seed enterprises, by the way it's being structured, is for them to be able to service their communities. And once these seed companies are able to service their communities, those or other seeds that are like an overflow, the seed companies can mop up and then expand their reach. In that way, nobody is at a loss. And we need also to understand that smallholder farmers, some of them do not have 1 hectare, 2 hectares. Some of them have 0.5 hectares, 0.3 hectares, and so seed companies, community-based seed enterprises are able to meet the needs of the farmers around them, mainly because they can also connect with the land sizes of the smallholder farmers. They can sell in small packs. Whereas when you are looking at seed companies have their standard sizes. So when we are looking at how can what we are doing, benefit the country, we have done a pilot which can be scaled out. This we think, if it is embraced, can reach other states, other LGS, even in the state that we're working with, other local government areas can piggyback at what is being done and expand the reach to other farmers. Thank you.
Mr. Chubong, for that, which this guy is telling us that the affordability, the accessibility, and the availability of the community-based system fitting into the quest for healthy seed delivery is as a result of the rethinking and innovative plan to ensure that seed is made available to farmers. Take, for instance, the quest of subsidy withdrawal, because this program came at the right time and in the right community. Look at, for example, the cost of transporting seeds. I think there was a case where somebody was transporting goods, looters made a truck, took away everything, irrespective whether it was seed or grain. And now within the community, there is nothing like that. Apart from that, the curfew insurgency does not allow movement of some of the private sector agencies. But this is within a distance that farmers can just walk to the farmer who is producing the seed to buy at when it is needed. And the cost of even the transportation is completely removed. So we see that that fits into this present scenario, and I hope that is the way forward to see how we can improve on healthy seed delivery. Thank you for that, Chibong. Let's ask Dr. Ibrahim Yakubu to really tell us what is the significance of the partnership between government agencies like the ADPs and activities of donor agencies in the country, particularly with the ongoing USAID Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated activity, which is basically the community-based seed production approach. Thank you, sir, in 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. In fact, the association between the Feed the Future Nigeria USA sponsor program with the policies that have been taken in the state has helped greatly in trying to make seeds available to our farmers. Let me say here one that the most important aspect of agricultural production in the northeast state that has been ravaged by the Boko Haram is the provision of certifiable seed. You know, however you farm a big land, if you don't have certified seed that are affordable, you cannot do anything. Now, the association between you said Feed the Future Funding Program, in the with regards to policy in Gombe State, it has greatly improved the availability of these seeds to our community farmers. As you pointed out rightly, during the advent of this COVID-19, where people could not even travel around, most of the community seed brothers that are around were able to provide these seeds to our farming communities. And these farming communities really enjoyed, and there was a high production of seeds, which was subsequently now transported and sold to the neighbors. You see, it's very important to note here that in an event whereby there has not been a movement of goods or property to others, it's only this community seed that the people close will go and find these seeds in the neighborhood. As hitherto, before the coming of the seeds in the future, if you have to travel to buy seeds, you have to go to premier seeds and travel a long distance. But this advent of the association between the USAID and the government policy is that this seeds became more available, affordable to our public place. And the community also have been able to multiply these seeds to their community, to their neighbors. An example that the government, the policy came to Gombe State. There has not been any seed producer in Gombe State. But with the advent of the coming of the Feed the Future in Gombe State, there are a lot of people who are now into this business. And this business is not a lot for them. They are also servicing other farmers in their neighborhood. Now, with the advent of the Feed the Future coming to Gombe, the number of seeds companies in Gombe State, they are not even up to 2. But now when they came in with the sensitization, they've been able to come out with a best practice method that can produce seeds. And also make them eligible for selling of this, because if you produce these sales and you don't have a market outlet, there's nothing that can be done. But with the advent of this Feed the Future, the state came to Gombe and they were able to train them that whenever you produce these seeds, these are outlets so that they can make profit. Because it's not told the business, farming business has not changed from the normal local business to what we call business agriculture, whereby people, whatever aspect of agriculture you participate, you must now have a value to it. That is in value addition. Because in the early days, if people farm, they just put it in one place and store it. They assume that those seeds they've selected and kept away are going to be a seed. They are not seed. When you plant, you are not going to plant grains. But thank God with the development of this, you said feed the people, most people and the government also are taking upon themselves to regulate the production of these companies in Gombe State, so as to make sure all these improved seeds and certified seeds go a long way to meet the crannies and corners of Gombe State. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yakubu, for enlightening us, showcasing that the relationship between government and the Feed the Future program is having a good synergy, which has given opportunity for our rural populace. And that is why we always encourage whichever donor agencies or implementation agency, let us not neglect our government structures who can actually facilitate and empower. Because sometimes the farmers will say, from where are you? But when they see their community agri extension agents, they know that somebody who is familiar with them is the one that is going to lead them in this program. So what a good opportunity to always align with government policies so that there will be no duplication of effort or no a kind of do no harm policy that will scale the program forward. Thank you very much for that. And in that regard, I want to call on Mr. Aminu Buhari to enlighten us on the role of private sector in developing a sustainable seed industry from the community-based seed entrepreneur experiment, especially in the northeastern of Nigeria. Thank you, sir. In 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Dr. Prakash. I will talk a little bit, particularly in terms of the contributions of the private sector in respect of this IITA collaboration that we are having with them. In particular, this collaboration, what it has done with relates to the seed community producers model. It really has bring about efficiencies that were non-existent before. What do I mean by these efficiencies? It has really provided a last mile delivery to the farmer, and by doing that it has reduced cost by producing the seeds right at where the consumer that or the user that needs to produce it, unlike where it's being produced outside locations and needs to be transported. That is one. Two, as well, it has enhances the farmer's productivity in terms of yield, because this is another beneficiation. It has reduced costs, enhanced productivity, that is yield, but as well it has also provide market linkages, that is this particular intervention. Off-takers find it much more convenient to come and off-take grains that are produced from these seeds, and meaning that one will take away, particularly industries that are processing, will take away uniform variety. And what I mean by this uniform variety is beneficial to processors. If you, what normally people are used to of taking in the open market, you go and buy various grains that are of different types of variety. And I'll give an example for rice mittens. Different variety of rice cooked at different temperatures. So you tend to have more wastages at the end of the day in terms of the broken percentages when you finalize your processing. So inherently reduces the price premiums that are attributed to the goods. So these efficiencies for us in the private sector are multifaceted, that along the entire value chain. That is right from the farmer to the aggregators, that is from the producers to the aggregators, as well to the processors. This is one important impact that this intervention between the collaboration of USAID and ITA. In particular, we too have tremendously collaborated with ITA under this intervention of USAID by providing unique management technology in which the community seed producers are profiled. They are profiled in such a way that their farmland profile is captured. Apart from their data, farmland data is captured. Also, their biodata are captured and they are linked together. What does this do? It actually brings about visibility, transparency in terms of and traceability as well. So the seed that these farmers produce can be traced right to where the production is carried out. So enhancing quality. So all those other factors, that is availability, quality, issue to do with appropriate seed for appropriate locations, like the final lead has mentioned, as well accessibility being local, and as well affordability because it has reduced price. This really is a transformative issue in terms of seed business in Nigeria, and it goes a long way in ensuring food security. And as well, the method of profiling have taken a lot of other data points which are very dear to USAID and IITA in terms of nutrition, in terms of gender, in terms of as well climate smart issues, that is particular seeds that really have shorter duration in terms of the agronomical practices issues. So this is really something as a model that is very impactful and very transformative in terms of its impact. And scaling out this model, I don't think is really an option, but a necessity, because really this is what from the private sector can say. Today, I think it's an opportunity for all to have discussion, not only to share experiences, but to do what next after this today's event, because it's something that we should really think about really scaling out to other locations. And then apart from scaling out, it's sustainability as well, that within the Northeast, this particular 4 states that this has been carried out, that we too should look towards ensuring that it's happen, because it creates wealth, it creates employment for the private sector, as well the social economic impact is tremendous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zaminu, for helping us to discover that in this value chain, everybody is required, because the private sector data documentary in making sure that they are in the database is essential for any decision making. If we now say these are the number of people we have reached, is there any data to prove, so that any donor can walk across and find out that that actually exists? Because in any community, for you to propose intervention, you need data to prove your concept. And that is a good highlight, making sure that whatever we are going to do, let data drive some of the initiatives to justify the investment. Thank you very much for that. And I now move to Dr. Lushola Bikanye to tell us, given this numerous challenge faced by farmers in securing financial facilities, what options are available for the emergence of truly farmer-friendly agricultural financial models, especially to promote the seed industry in Nigeria? Can you share your thoughts in 5 minutes? Thank you.
Much. Okay, can you hear me now? Right. All right. Well, first is to commend the activity for a very good job that has been done in bringing structure to this very, very important sector. You will agree with me that the seed production, this particular aspect of the value chain, forms the bedrock for sustainable production. In this country, I think one lesson we have learned, both formally and informally, especially from the Northeast, is the fact that food security is indeed national security. And so on that note, the need for the banking sector, let me say financial sector, because when we talk about the financial sector, we're not just talking about the banking financial institutions, we also should talk about the non-bank financial institutions. They are very pivotal to providing finance to this particular sector. But the question then is finance the foremost need of the farmer or of the entrepreneur? We are of the opinion that that is not the foremost. The foremost should be information, access to information, that is, or what you will call capacity building, or what you will call knowledge management. The second, of course, will be access to market. How do you segment your market, and how do you engage your market through very good market insight? And then we can begin to talk about finance. Why I was thanking the activity was the fact that the first two most important factors that will ultimately lead to sustainable financing has been taken care of by this activity. And so we have a full-fledged community-based seed entrepreneurs who are not just farmers. This is not for them vocation. This is business. They are entrepreneurs. And I want to guess on a very good information that not only have they been taught to grow these seeds, they have also been taught around the business of the same. All of these are the things that the banks will look at for, consistent with the prudential guidelines. Why have banks not lent to the agri sector? Same, lack of structure, lack of this, lack of that, but it's been fixed. And so I think that with the CBSEs especially, and all of the work that has been done, the tap is ready to be turned. In fact, I think the tap is being turned and water is coming out at a steady pressure. Banks will definitely go in that direction because it is no longer just mere development finance. It is no longer some government work. It is now business. The agricultural value chain has always been said to be very sensitive to interest pricing. There are three answers to this. The first is yes, the second is no, and the third is yes and no. The yes is the fact that, yes, it's true, that there is a limit to which you need to go a certain segment of the agricultural value chain in pricing, beyond which no matter what you do, it can no longer remain profitable. The no is that not all the segments of the value chain are not profitable. All those that are into commodities trade, commodities finance are leveraging conventional trade finance instruments to do agro-commodities trade at commercially priced products. So that is still part of the agri sector. But the yes and no has to do with the blending, the harnessing of the ecosystem in such a manner that an identification of the strongest link of the value chain, if there can be an intervention through that link, in such a manner that it will provide the needed buffer, the needed cost optimization means for them to be able to access finance right to the bottom of the pyramid, then you will be able to get what I call a sustainable financing. I know time is going, but I will say this. Farmer-friendly financing is a combination of development finance, or what you call impact finance, commercial finance, and I dare say government intervention. Because food security is national security, the government cannot look away from that ecosystem. And that is the reason why, to a very large extent, the speech by the Honorable Minister represented is heartwarming. He had said that the government is intervening through their agro-pocket program, through the NEGS program. And he did say that there is now some form of framework that is being developed for financial institutions to continue in some of the intervention programs of the government. I would say that a mix or a blend of the commercial, the development funds, and the impact funds, plus certain levels of intervention from the government. I wouldn't say the government should, because you see, there's a thin line between intervention and disruption, right? But that level of intervention that will make sure that the business continues to be business, and by that they will grow, this blend of or combo of financing will really go a long way in making funds available to the entrepreneurs. The CBSEs are there. They have been clustered. They come as a group. They are cooperatives. They are an entity. Nothing stops them from accessing finance from any institution, whether it is commercially priced or developmental. So again, it's a very heartwarming development that this activity has been able to cross the most important hurdles, and that is knowledge management and access to finance. You've been able to really do that in such a manner that we now have capacity as a bank to be able to do sustainable business with the CBSEs of this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Olushola, for telling us that this project have gone so far to fix the fears, and now there's water coming, though at a low pressure, but it will still arrive. So it's good news for the farmers and for the entrepreneurs that at least there is hope as we endeavor, so that we don't kill this spirit, so that at least we will revolutionize the challenges we have in terms of seed industry and make it a sincere and serious business that will bail us out of the current economic challenges. Thank you very much, panelists. But before we disperse, are there burning questions from the audience, so that you direct your question, not too long a question, but sharp and precise, and direct it specifically to a particular speaker? Thank you. So let me see how many hands have questions.
Exactly. So we're just going to give them numbers, and that will be all that we'll take, just so we can save some time. So could we have everyone raise up their hands if you have questions or comments quickly? So I have 1 in front of me, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that will be all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is on inclusivity.
Please tell us your name, name of your organization, or what you do, and then go straight to your question. Thank you.
My name is Lois Auta from the Cedar Seed Foundation. First of all, from the panel, there's no woman, there's no person with disability. And secondly, to all the panelists, what are your plans for farmers with disabilities? What is the process? What is the progress? And who are the people you are advocating for? The question from the 3 Ps. Thank you.
So we'll take all the questions before the answers. Okay, so we have 2.
I'm Anu Verghese John. I come from the UN Resident Coordinator's Office. I'm the planning person there. And we recently had the cooperation framework developed with the government of Nigeria. And currently for us, food systems is a very important part of our work. We are also talking about social protection, given the crisis that we are seeing in terms of the price rise and inflation. In this kind of a situation where we are talking about seed system development, when there are shocks which are beyond the agriculture sector, what is it could be any of the panelists, especially from the government, that we could do to address some of the shocks that the farmers could be undergoing as a result of these external pressures, the external factors that we are seeing. I won't talk about the gender aspect because I feel it's already been covered. It's not only on the panel. We are talking about how the interventions impact women differently. What is it that we are doing in terms of addressing the situation from a larger perspective, from a scaling up perspective, not from just giving them enough skills to develop some food product and sell it in the local market. Sorry for making it long. My third question is related to fintech. Is there anything that can be done in such a situation, in this ecosystem, where we can leapfrog into development of the financial technology to address some of the aspects? I would love to hear about it. Thank you.
You are giving number? No, you didn't have number. Right. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Abusin, Pan-African Institute of Agribusiness Management. My question is to Mr. Otegi. I don't know if I'm correct. Now, when you look at the gap between the use of technology among smallholder farmers, the big problem or challenge has been literacy level. So I want to know how you are addressing this problem, because fintech, since the surge of fintech investment, fintech has attracted more investment compared to agrotech in Nigeria. So I want to know how you have been able to bridge this gap and manage the situation.
Number 4. My name is Yakuba Abdullahi Gombe, the president of Gombe Youth Community-Based Entrepreneur now. But before, I am the chairman of Gombe Youth Community-Based Seed Producer. My question is this: now, as we have become an entrepreneur people, or have become a agri-businessman, before we are getting our seed, qualified seed from IITA. I have 2 questions here. One, in a 5-year planning meeting, which done in Adamawa, 30th October 2023, they told us that as from this 2024, IITA will not longer be with us. Okay, we are getting our seed through IITA, and now they are going. They are giving us a foundation seed. We know IITA, they are not the people who
made the breeders to become a foundation. You know, National Seed Council is there. Sir, as now I have gone to the business matter, or I have gone to the agriculture business, this year 2024, upwards, where should I get valued seed? 2, since I was in this program, 2019, up to date, IITA is giving us value seed. They give us so many seed. They start from, there is some nut up to semes, cowpea, farro. So I wanted to know, all these varieties of seed, are they breed in Nigeria or they are foreign seed? That is all I have to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My Dr. Omar Abdullahi. My concern goes to the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Agriculture, Gombe State. Projects comes and gone. I remember when it comes to seed project, I remember WASA, I remember WAP, several projects. Now it is the future all on seed. My question has to do with sustainability. What Gombe State is doing to sustain this community seed production now that the project is likely winding up, and also to upscale this community seed production? That's my question to. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Wonutan the Candidate Agua, and the CEO of WFLCs. I want to thank IITA, you said, for this program, and I want to say that we are learning a lot about agriculture, and we are practicing farmers, not professionals. The problem about access to finance, which was discussed, and I'm interested in looking at IITA started this program in the Northeast. They have different approaches from the aspect of forming farmers cooperatives. Now, farmers, community seed-based entrepreneurs, that's the ones. But they have also identified registered seed producers. And so far, our partnership has been working perfectly, except the aspect of access to finance for agriculture, which is for seed producers. Then the question I'm trying to ask, is it not possible to have, as we have community-based cooperative entrepreneurs, for us for also to form a cooperative of registered seed producers, to form also a block that they can access finances as a group, just as the other individuals forming cooperative will also access. So that it depends on the facility and the size and individual capacity of each registered community-based producer. So I'm asking, is it not possible to establish these groups so that registered agricultural seedbed producers, community seedbed producers to form their own.
So we have one more, and there'll be more. We would like the panelists to respond to the questions as fast as possible because of time. Thank you.
Let me just have a final question in this session. Look at the qualities my name, Deputy Chief of Party here with the activity. Now that we have Alejandro in the room, I'm directing my questions to him. IITA, as we know, is a research institute of repute, and we know we have done a lot of work on food safety and reducing post-harvest losses. Can you elaborate more, for sake of knowledge, what we have done in this area and how we have been able to prioritize and commercialize it? Thank you.
Thank you for all your questions. Before the summary, please, and those questions, you can start from the series. And if you have a question, please, you have 2 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. And first of all, I agree that there should be more women over here represented. It's true, we always need to have the perspective, especially they are the ones that are going to be preparing the foods, caring for the family and so on, so we need to hear from them. Some of the technologies that we develop and that we scale also address or prevent prevalence of disabilities by providing safe food that reduce the rates of malnutrition and also stunting and wasting. So it's something that at least that's what I can say from our side. It is very difficult for technologies to be uptaken, especially as the panel member over here said, the farmer doesn't have information. There are departments in research institutes just trying to address this problem on uptake of technologies. And most of the time it's just because the farmers do not know about the technologies. Some other times it's just because in the places where the seeds or any other technologies are being commercialized, they are just not packaged well or not presented well for farmers to know. I think there is also the inability of the actual extension agents to reach the number of farmers that they have to serve. One extension for maybe 5,000 farmers. So how the farmer can get access to the technology? So I think this is a great need for more extension agents, more dissemination of knowledge, but in a rapid manner. We cannot just be waiting for 2, 3, 4 years. Farmers need this information today. And I think this is the role of mobile technologies, reaching farmers by messages or any other platform. We do have those technologies in IITA, but they just need to be scaled. Now, just to finalize with the question of what IITA has been doing for scaling technologies, we have been developing biocontrol products to address food safety challenges. And many of these efforts have been supported by the US government. I think that now that I heard that there is a 6-state initiative and maize is one of the value chains. Hopefully this can be also included, the technologies that we have developed in this initiative. We cannot have increased maize production without protecting those yields. So IITA has done a lot with developing technologies, but not only that. We also have been bundling technologies with those that have been developed by other CG centers or any other partner that has been developing technologies. There is a lot. I do have some cards over there with some QR code that you can get more information of what we have been doing, and I will be happy to share that when we have the tour of the technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest, don't sleep in responding to all your questions, but let's just hit the point, even if it is in a sentence. Thank you.
2 minutes. Let me answer the questions on foundation seeds. How do we get foundation seeds? Apart from our training, community-based seed entrepreneurs, we also build the capacity of local seed companies, you know, who are able to sell these seeds to the farmers and the community-based entrepreneurs around them. So we expect there to be a synergy between the community-based seed entrepreneurs and the local seed companies whom we have empowered with breeder seeds and foundation seeds to be able to sell. So that even when we exit the scene, the farmers will still know who to go to get foundation seeds. Thank you very much.
With regards to the policies we have developed in the state, as a matter of fact, all women have been registered in group. Like in Gombe State, we have what we are women in agriculture. So whatever is being given to them, preference has to be given to them because they are the people who are involved in the population movement. Even the availability, once there is a government policy which distributes agriculture, they are being given. I can testify that in Gombe State, whenever the fertilizers are being distributed or agri-inputs, the people move the activities have a lion's share. With regards to the coming and going of projects, you see, as all human beings have lifespan, all projects also have lifespan. Once from the inception of a project, you are supposed to have an organization who are well trained, so that in the event whereby the project falls off, the organization will continue with the project. So also there must be a government will. If government will is there, then the people who have been trained to carry out the project are supported by government, so that the government project will have continue and service our people. And lastly, what we do here is the extension agent will also be empowered to see that all the projects that come and go, they have the knowledge and the rudiments of all the steps to enjoy the project. And that's how the project will now continue with government will and extension agent who are trained during the project's life. Thank you.
Thank you. I will talk about maybe three things. That is sustainability, inflation impact, and as well the issue to do with fintech versus agrotech. Fintech versus agrotech. The issue I've responded to the issue a number of times, and I want us to understand is really about what ITA have done most recently, and you say in this intervention by providing a framework in which agrotech. Fintech, there was already a framework, the financial institution that been largely be run by the private sector. So a framework already exists. Largely in the agri-business space is still private sector dominated. So this interventions by ITA and USAID to provide some form of framework within the ecosystem is what now is going to agrotech are going to use it to leverage to attract investment. As relates to inflationary impact, this is a worldwide phenomenon, and various countries and institutions are designing risk mitigating tools. We can see apparently what is most recent happening in our own country. The central bank has stepped up, have done taking some monetary policy decisions, and is really impacting on issues to do with inflation and to do with effects. And I think if they consistently sustain these issues, we will have some degree of success towards our inflation. And also to do with sustainability. This is why I mentioned that really we must talk about the day after a success, and then how do we really upscale this success?
Okay, so I will just speak to the issues around the fintech being leveraged, for these. Well, I would say for the smallholder farmers, but I would say for value chain players as well. Malam Buhari has already spoken so much to fintech, agri-tech, and all. I think we have enough regulatory ambience, approvals in place for us to leverage digital platforms, for example, to be able to carry out a number of functions because of the capacities of the banks to, the limited capacity of the banks to really reach to this mass market, the need for us to leverage these digital platforms are there. And we are social inclusion drive policy of the government designing such platforms. For example, a sister activity of the USAID Feed the Future co-funded a digital platform with us in Sterling Bank for us to be able to have what we call an online retail platform where farmers can actually just access to be able to get access to a particular blended finance fund that is availed at 9%. It's one of the collaborations we've had with the bigger Feed the Future that is a success story today. But much more importantly is the payment and solutions digital platforms. They are there. Some of them are not used in agrarian areas yet, but they exist. So I think one of the things we now need to do is begin to place more emphasis in the areas where they need to be used, where the agent bankers are. We can build digital solutions and products around agency banking and platforms, the type that would really help solve the issues that a digital platform will solve. Finally, when it comes to the issues of commodities, post-harvest handling, storage, Sterling Bank has a digital platform that is built on blockchain technology. What that means is that irrespective of the quantity of the harvest of the farmer, he has a right to go on a particular platform and just click a couple of links. And on the basis of that, he will go to a designated warehouse, which, by the way, we have in partnership with warehouse custodians around the country, and then deposit his stock. Perhaps because of glut, he may not want to sell. That particular platform is we can then discount what he has in that warehouse and give him 70% of it. This particular platform is being tweaked for even more resilience. We're trying to put in the USSD version of it so that areas like the Northeast, which for us in this case is an area of particular emphasis, will be able to have that. The possibilities are limitless for fintech, and I think there are quite a number of low-hanging fruit that can enable us leapfrog, like you have used the word, harnessing that fintech solution for our entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Yeah, before we leave the stage, I really want to thank the panelists and for your patience, the audience. I'm sure you have been loaded with a take-home message, but in summary, the idea is we need technology. Because the whole essence of this section is to have an enabling environment for us to sustain the continuity and the profitability of this community-based seed entrepreneurship, which one of the panelists emphasized the need for partnership. And that partnership has to go all the way from government and private sectors, so that the people that are about to be win should not feel disconnected. There are institutions in place, which is the local community or local seed entrepreneurs in the community that are higher than the community-based seed producers that have access to foundation seeds, which they can buy directly and continue with their business. So you are not left unattended to. But then, whatever is going to be taken care of should be best fit, just like looking at the specific area where we are targeting, that the crops should be best fit, the financial system should be best fit, and even the partnership should be best fit, because this is where availability, affordability, and accessibility of these seeds can be realized within our communities. And that is why we are advocating for the institutionalization of this process, so that even if the project does not exist, people are there, just like in the banking industry, we have hospitals, whether government is there or not, private sectors are thriving because people need health facilities. So if people discover they need seeds, then that industry through the value chain will also thrive. And but then we need intellectuals to put this ideology together so that the government policy will not truncate this effort that have been developed thus far. Thank you very much, my panelists, and God bless. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ingrao and the panelists. At this point, I think it's very important to share some information, especially how IITA as an institution brings that knowledge and shares with the community, especially with the smallholder farmers. I don't know, how many of you know where IITA emerged? Does anybody know? Do you think it's an American organization? How many of you? Raise your hands. Do you think it's from England? IITA. Where is IITA from? USA. England? How many guess? Well, you guessed it right. It is a very much indigenous organization created during the time of General Gawan when he was the president. Created by your own cabinet ministers to address the South challenge in agriculture. All years, what IIT has been doing in order to create knowledge is what they call the R4D, Research for Development work. But things changed in about 11 years ago when a gentleman rejoined again this institution. And you heard the gentleman talk about a while ago. He's been in Africa for 40 odd years. He went for a little hiatus for 10, 11 years and came back. When he came back with a renewed knowledge and vigor to make sure the R4D knowledge carried out to the smallholder farmers. And that's when the creation of the P4D unit started. Like this program for delivery, basically taking the R4D, the research knowledge, and sharing to the smallholder farmers. And that gentleman is with us today, no other than Dr. Ken Dashiell. And before I ask him to say something, what we do under P4D, and this program is under the Program for Delivery Unit, under his leadership, what we do is find innovative ways to work with private sector, work with the government, and work with the donor, because that partnership needs to be there, because everybody has some kind of a strength to contribute. Farmer alone cannot do it, we know. The donors alone, they might have a lot of money, cannot do it, because ultimately it's the farmers that need to do it. And the private sector alone, if the farmers are not empowered, cannot do it. So that's why we bring all these people together under P4D. We find innovative approaches, like, for example, partnering with CADL, partnering with all agriculture ministers, with the government, and in this case, USAID, who gives us those critical dollars that are very important to deliver this knowledge to the community-based seed farmers or the smallholder farmers. In that respect, Ken, can you please share with us the vision you had in terms of how IIT takes its knowledge and redistributes and makes it available to the smallholder farmers, not only in the Northeast, the way we are doing, but throughout Africa?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Prakash. I think the first thing I
need to acknowledge is we are learning together. I would never say that I have all the answers or half of the answers, but together we are having some experiences on how best to take something good, a technology or an innovation, a financing tool, whatever it is, an extension tool. How do we take it from impacting 10 farmers in a village to 100 farmers, to every village in a local government area, to, how do you scale it? And my conviction is clearly it is only two organizations that can do it. It's the private sector, and we've seen it. I mean, who scaled up Coca-Cola? Who scaled up Pepsi? Who scaled up, Indomie? It's private sector. Private sector can do it, no question about it. And then the government. Who has schools in every local government area in the country? It's the government. So who can educate every Nigerian in the country? It's the government. So what IITA and ICRISAT and even the national research institutions like IAR or Lake Chad, what we can do is to catalyze or stimulate the start of something. And then if it's really good and it makes profit, private sector will take care of it. They'll go ahead, they will do it, they'll make their money. And that is our hope with the community-based seed entrepreneurs. If you have 150 of them, we do have 150 of them. And most new businesses, a certain percentage will fail. Let's just say 50% fail. It's okay, it's normal. Not every business will be successful, but a 75 can be successful and gradually grow and grow. And then when the governments can take what we have been doing, really it's on a small scale, but when the state governments and the local governments and the ministries of agriculture decide to start these seed entrepreneurs in every local government area, and not only one, but let's say 10 in every local government area, then the government is doing their job of scaling. So Prakash, thank you. The vision is institutions like IITA. We can only stimulate and try to start something. Private sector and government that will really change the world and change Nigeria and make it much better than we are today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Group photograph, and then you can go back to your seats. Please, another round of applause for them. Please, can we have the podium back on stage, because we have a presentation now, and I'm sure that the presenter will need a podium to make that presentation. Just a quick one before we move on to the next panel session. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Another round of applause for them as they come down. By the way, if you listen to Mr. Prakash talk about Dr. Ken, he said, young man. That got me thinking. If Mr. Ken is a young man, most of us here are babies. That includes me. Another round of applause for Mr. Ken Abdullahi. The youngest man in the room, most patriotic Nigerian in this room. I say patriotic because he's dressed in white and he has a brooch that has the Nigerian colors. The only person who is doing that here. I took note of that. So he's going to be making the next presentation now. Because he's a patriotic Nigerian, I'd like him to be also quick with the presentation so we can move to the next panel session, and I'm sure that will be done for today. All right, this presentation is on USAID efforts in seed systems development, integrated agriculture activities experience in Northeast Nigeria. So can someone guess who the most patriotic Nigerian is in this room? Is that possible? The most patriotic, he's wearing white and has a brooch with green, white. In fact, with the flag, right? I think that's the flag I can see on his brooch. Or if you like the coat of arms. Or the Nigerian, what's that? The Nigerian flag. Okay. All right, so please put your hands together as we make welcome that Olukayode Faleti, the Deputy Party Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agricultural Activity, for his presentation. Please, we'd like you to keep it short and detailed. 5-10 minutes will do. Thank you.
IT, is it being projected, please? Good afternoon, all. Now that I've been declared as the most patriotic Nigerian, can you please clap for me again? Permit me to stand on the system protocols. My job here is very simple. We have heard a lot of things since morning about the activity, about USAID and all the rest. My job is to take us deeper into USAID's effort in seed system development, Nigerian integrated agricultural experience in Northeast Nigeria. There are slides. I hope it will be projected so that we can follow us up. Good. The slides are on now. For me to do justice to this topic, let's quickly go through the outline for this presentation. We'll go through the background that will provide some information, IAA coverage and the objectives and approach of the activity. The most talk about community-based seed enterprise model. What are the results that we have achieved and the prospects that we have? Then we cannot talk about result, everything good. What are the challenges that we have encountered when we are implementing this program? And what are the key lessons that we have learned? And what are the recommendations that we are putting forward? Before we now conclude and talk about, we have to acknowledge some people and institutions who have assisted us in this journey. Good. Today we have heard several times that the foundation of everything in agriculture is the seed. And the world's long-term stability rests on several pillars, one of which is is food security. Seed is the starting point. There are no doubt about that. This has been said by the International Seeds Foundation, and the FAO also has emphasized on this. However, the fact on ground is that in many developing countries, including Nigeria, farmers have not been able to fully benefit from the advantages of using improved seeds due to an array of factors which have been mentioned here. And to put this in its proper perspective, a survey conducted by the National Agricultural Seed Council in 2016 found out that only 24% of Nigerian seeds are supplied by the farmer sector, which means 76 has been met through the informal sector, which are mostly grains. And to now put it, to be able to appreciate what the activity has done, out of about 560 farmer groups that were engaged in seed production, only 2 were registered by NASC. And I know all of us, if we have not remembered anything today, we have heard clearly that this activity has been able to support and register 150 community-based seed entrepreneur cooperative societies. Please, if you are clapping, clap very well. It is no mean achievement. We've had to work hand in hand with NASC
with the agricultural development program, with the state government, and everybody to be able to achieve this. Thank you. In the Northeast issue is a particular one. In addition to the general problem that we have, that the smallholder farmers have, the issue of insurgency is there in the Northeast, which has brought about so many other challenges with limited access to quality seeds. This has been explained by various speakers before me today. Of course, nobody will want to invest where you have crisis. So the sectors were not there. Farmers need seed, and that was the USAID supported this program, supported IITA, a sustainable system of seed production, especially in those communities where we have crisis or where we are getting out of crisis. That is why IITA and ICRISAT came up with the idea of community-based seed production system. Let me quickly, at this stage, please, let the slide be rolling. It seems the slides are not moving. Who is controlling the slides? Okay, fine. Let's quickly talk about the activity. We have had Nigeria Integrated Agricultural Activity about 100 times today. What is it all about, the activity? It's a 5.5-year program from July 2019, and which will end on December 31, 2024, which is this year, making it 5.5 solid years. And what USAID has invested in this is 15.8 million naira. That is the budget for $1 million. That is the budget for this activity. Can we clap for USAID? It is supported through USAID Feed the Future program. That is why when you look at all the program here, everything here, Feed the Future, which the Deputy Mission Director told us in the morning that is an initiative brought under the government of President Recovery in Northeast Nigeria. And when we are talking of Northeast Nigeria, we are looking at and Yobe State. The program started in Adamawa and Borno during the first 3 years, 2019 to 2022. And towards the end of 2022, USAID modified the activity and gave us permission and funds development in additional 2 states, plus Adamawa and Gombe. So in Adamawa, we are working in 7 local governments, which are and Guyuk, that's Adamawa State. Sani and Bayo. And in Gombe State, we have Tungo, Biliri, and Ako. And in Yobe State, in 3 local governments, Nangere, Potiskum, and Fika. Please, can you give a round of applause for that? Let's quickly talk about our objective and approach. The activity aims to advance the objectives of inclusive and agriculture-led economic growth, strengthen resilience, and in those states. And to be able to achieve this, we work with a coalition of private and public sector partners to work on 3 interconnected components, which are 1, facilitating improved agro input and extension advisory services to serve vulnerable populations, strengthen the market systems that are existing in these locations, and 3, which is very important, is supporting women and youth to take a greater part in this economic recovery process. Then, how do we have been told severally here that we work on 7 crops, 4 cereals, and 3 legumes. I will not waste our time to go through them again, but one key thing is IITA as a renowned research institute. Over the years, we have developed improved agricultural practices and new technologies These are what we have deployed significantly on all these crops. These crops are mandate crops of IITA and ICRISAT, which are the two partners that are implementing the activity. And that is one key advantage in with CGIAR partner. Can we please clap for CGIAR? And when we look at all these crops and technology that we are promoting, some cut across all of them, which are improved crop varieties, good agricultural practices, fertilizer application, and all the rest. But some are specific to the crops. We've had here today the issue of AflaSafe, which was developed by IITA to fight the aflatoxin, which is prevalent in groundnut, maize, soybean, and some other crops. This has been deployed extensively in the intervention areas to prevent post-harvest losses and even encourage food safety. Products that have been developed especially for soybean to increase productivity. These are the array of technologies that we are promoting on the activity. Now let us quickly talk about this community-based enterprise model. We have heard that it has been successful. How have we been able to implement it? What have we done that others have not done? One, we are using this model, which we will show extensively in the next slide, or in slide 12, to develop a sustainable production system that supports farmers to multiply and sell seeds following a business model, which is the keyword, that is profitable and beneficial to smallholder farmers and their communities in Northeast Nigeria. We facilitate the selection of community-based producers. If we want to reach farmers in all the communities, then we have to select from the communities those that are willing and able business. And for you to make way in it, you must have the willingness and you must have the ability. Those are the two key things that we use in selecting those that will become community-based seed producers. Once you qualities, then we take you on. And IITA being a research institute, everything we do in IITA is science. When we got to the Northeast, was to conduct soil analysis, which we so that from an array of all improved crop varieties that have been developed over the years, we can select those that are suitable for the agroecology in which we are working. The book we just released today has all the information about those varieties that have been developed. It will be widely available on the net. And for those of us who are lucky to have access to the hard copies, we'll still print more, so that this can be made available widely, especially in the Northeast area, which will aid farmers, researchers, and all the rest in this effort. There will be no duplication of efforts. Next. Good. This picture was taken by when our pedologists were collecting soil samples in all the locations, about 51 locations where we're working in the north in 2019. And these are the crop varieties that were recommended as a result of this effort. Next, please. The next thing we did, we knew then that when you want to work on seed, you have to work hand in hand with the National Agricultural Seed Council. I'm happy that the director said it. From the first planning session, we started together. How do we make seed available in the local communities using this community-based seed production approach? If we don't have their cooperation, it won't be successful. So we work hand in hand with them, the National Agricultural Seed Council, in training these will-be community-based seed producers in improved seed production techniques. So it is easier for them to be certified because the examiner is now part of the lecturer. Is that not a good system? When you have the examiners, part of who are even the facilitators, then a 3-generation model, the foundation seed and the certified seed was used For those of us who know a bit about seeds, the first in seed production is the breeders, which is the exclusive preserve of scientists. Not everybody can be a breeder. I think there are just about 2 or 3 breeders. Dr. Kenton Dashil is one, and I know Dr. Angarawa is another. I don't know of any other breeder in this room. So please, can we clap for them? Good. Then from there, we have the foundation seeds and we have the certified seeds. These are facilitated from the research institute to the community-based seed producers and to the seed companies, so that we can have first generation properties preserved in these the foundation seeds. Then we have the state government here. We did not leave them out of this. We collaborated with them. As we are collaborating with the federal agencies, we also collaborated with the state agencies, especially the agricultural development programs in each of the intervention states. We have to work hand in hand with them. One thing about extension in Nigeria, especially farmer extension, you cannot mention it without talking of ADPs. Yes, the ADPs have their weaknesses, but they have their strengths. So what we did was to build on their strengths. We built on their strengths and we supported them where they are weak. And we're able to get the best out of them. So they provided the necessary extension and advisory services to the farmers. And that is why we have the results that we are having today. To be able to do that, we developed manuals on each of the crops. IT, this slide is not moving, please. Okay, good. We developed production manuals. For those of us who have gone through the exhibition stand, you will see these manuals there. And the other thing that we have done, which aided adoption, is the use of demo plots. We did not only train the farmers in their locations in classroom. We showed to them that this is the practical aspect was shown to them, where we have demo plots in their communities under their control. A portion of it is where you do all your traditional practices, plant your grains that you have been planting, and the other side is where we have the improved practices. And with that, after harvest, we are able to compare results. And everybody now sees, they all saw that we have better results from the side that where we have used improved seeds and improved practices. This aided adoption. I'm happy to announce to you that we have over 90% adoption rate among smallholder farmers, which is very great. The next slide, please. Good. Now let us quickly look at this community-based seed enterprise model. It has about 5 components which are interconnected. The first, like we have said here, is the research institute, which is represented here by IIT Research, where we have the breeder seeds and the foundation seeds. This is deployed to the seed companies and the seed CBSEs. I must acknowledge here the support that we got from the National Agricultural Seed Council. Normally, companies are not to have access to breeder seeds. But because we are partners, they gave us that exception, that under our supervision as IITA, the seed companies were able to have access to breeders. Please, can we clap for National Agricultural Seed Council for this exception? So, the second thing is the foundation seeds are now made available to the community-based seed producers who now grows this with the support of our extension agents, activity technical field officers, and NASC officers. Because NASC has to be there from the beginning to the end. After the training, then they have to pay 2 visits on the field at the vegetative stage and at the harvest and the storage stage, so that they are sure that what is growing on the field will pass through their test. Then even after harvest, we still take samples of this seed. They come and take samples of this seed to their lab, seed lab in Gombe, where they now say this seed have passed through and is fit to be certified. Then this CBSP are supported with finance and some other things to be able to now produce certified seed farmers buy from them, and they're now able to produce grains bountifully. So that is the circle. You can see in the middle NASC playing pivotal role in the training, in the field visit, and in the certification of the community-based seed enterprises. Exactly. Yes. One key thing which I will not fail to mention is the working hand in hand with the private sector in the area of provision of agro inputs. Because one thing that we have done on this, we have experimented so many things. We experimented with government finance program. We all saw the result. We had to now run to the private sector. And sitting among us today is the MD of CADL, Alhaji Aminu Buhari. Please, can you stand up for recognition? Yes. His company came and collaborated with us to support these smallholder farmers and CBSPs with agro inputs, which they are now able to recover when they have sold the after harvest. We have Fadila, we have Alluvia too, who have supported us in this regard. Next slide, please. Results and prospects. Yes, we have obtained some good results, and the table here shows what we have at baseline, that is acts of improved seed by community-based seed producers. You can see the trend. It has been a very significant and trend from 4,000 to 11,000 to 33,000 and 47,000. And in 2023, under the expanded scope, because USAID told us to concentrate on scaling up seed system development in the 4 states where we are working, where we have now concentrated on over 2,000 community-based seed producers. We deployed over 76 tons of breeder seed. Please, can you clap for us? We all know what 76 tons is of seed that we have deployed into the Northeast region. And this were given to companies, 50 CBSPs in the 4 intervention states, which is expected to service over 400,000 smallholder farmers. This is not just from the head. The calculation is in the next slide. Next slide, please. You can see the crops. These are the number of CBSPs per crop. These are the yield from our annual survey. Then this is the estimated production based on the yield in tons, in kg, and these are the quantity of seed required to produce, to plant 1 hectare, and this is the total number of hectares that we are supposed that we will service this 2024 wet season. Next slide, please. And one key thing that we have done on the activity is that it's not just only supporting production. We also supported them with business advisory services. And the result is what we have seen today. We have the investment guide that we have developed, which has information for any entrepreneur that want to go into seed production. These are the step-by-step guide. These are the pitfalls. These are the areas where you have to master for you to succeed. They are there. Then we develop full curriculum suite of business development curriculum that we have used to train all these CBSPs. And all these knowledge materials are available. They're available, which you can access either online or physically or manually. Yes. And like I mentioned the other time, CADL, Alufia, Vadilla Crop Science consummated about 345 transactions worth millions of dollars for commercial production of rice in Adamawa State. So these are credible results that we have achieved. Please, can we clap for them? The next slide. Yes, it was not rosy all through. There are challenges that we faced. And these are some of the key challenges that the activity faced during the implementation of this program. The government ban on the use of urea fertilizers didn't help matters. We all know for security reasons, urea are not to be used in the Northeast. But urea is a very important element of that drive yield fertility. So what we have done is to turn to manures and all organic materials that could help our farmers. Of course, the result is not as when you use urea. Urea. That one is a key challenge to us, and we all know why it is there. The persistent herders and farmers clashes in the region did not help matters. Yes, but what we have done to manage this is to achieve a symbiotic relationship between the farmers and the herders by promoting the use of crop residues by the herders, and by also promoting varieties that matured early enough so that the farmers will have done their own farming and move away. The herders will just bring their cows to eat the residues rather than eating farmers' farm. This has helped a lot, but it's still a problem. Constant widespread of flooding and drought in intervention areas is a big challenge. We all know, whether it is true or not, whenever they open the dam in Cameroon, almost 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 local governments in Adamawa states, are flooded. Yes. So this has affected some of our farmers and CBSPs, even in some other intervention states too, like Borno and others. And for our farmers, lack of acceptable collateral has been an issue. We are still working on that on daily basis with financial institutions, but it has been a challenge. And that was why we have to go the route of working with private sector agro-input companies to supply the input to them in kind, and after harvest, they can get their money back. And for our young entrepreneurs, we are using the market system, and we are not able to provide starter kits for them after training and all the rest. They have to struggle. It has always been a persistent challenge to us. Next. Then, what are the lessons that we have learned during the implementation of this program, and what are our recommendations going forward? One, it is clear that seed is the starting point of the food system, and to achieve food security in the country, farmers must use improved seeds. And for farmers to use improved seeds, it must be available and affordable. If it is not available and affordable, forget about it. Other farmers, especially, they will not use certified seeds. And sustainable production of certified at the community level will make seeds available and affordable. That is what our experience has shown. That is what we have done. We have piloted it, and we have recorded a lot of successes. Community-based seed production system, as demonstrated under the activity, will ensure that seeds are available and affordable by smallholder farmers. And in that case, we are recommending that this pilot that has been successfully demonstrated in Northeast Nigeria be scaled up to other parts of the country to achieve security. If you are clapping, please clap. In conclusion, we have seen clearly from the little effort that I have put that this project serves as an essential proof that well-designed rural development project can overcome rural stagnation and advance social cohesion, and that the technical backstopping provided by reputable organizations like IIT and ICRIS occupies an important important role in this process. The last slide, please. Okay. I will not conclude this presentation without acknowledging some very important people and institutions. The first on the list is USAID. Without their support, we won't be here today. They provided activity. Please clap for them. And next is the federal government of Nigeria through the Federal Agriculture and Security. Year in, year out, they have worked with us to align whatever we are doing with the priority of the government of Nigeria. Please, can we clap for them? And they are always there for us. Whenever we knock on their door, they are there. The third set of partners are the state governments. We have worked hand in hand with the state government, Ministry of Agriculture, the ADPs. We have collaborated with them. They have made their staff available to us. We have built their capacity, and we have been partners. We can walk in to them. They can come into us at any point in time. Please, can we clap for them? And then last but not the least, all our private sector partners and our farmers, both those that are community-based seed producers and those that are not community-based seed producers. Please, can we clap for them? Thank you so much. My job is done.
Thank you, Kaede. Before the panel discussions, I would add, when we initially started this program in 2019, we kept on talking about we are a little different than most of the program that USAID is doing in the Northeast. We teach a man or a woman how to fish. We don't give them a fish. That was the approach. We said, we will go with the private sector approach, market-based model. Then around 2021, I met a gentleman. We kept on harping, and we're trying to figure out how do we involve the private sector. Like Dr. Dashil said, ultimately, it's the government and the private sector that will take it forward. We just couldn't figure out because we knew deep in our heart, if we could get the private sector to come into the area we want, we could solve, besides the food security, we could address another issue as well. That is the overall security. Because wherever there is a private sector engagement, the security flows automatically. There is no better solution than that. And I'll give you an example. I worked in Afghanistan for 7 years. The most dangerous route, transportation route, that is going to Kabul, where all the international agencies were, was from Karachi to Kabul. And once you cross Pakistan, get into Afghanistan, another 300 kilometers, the logistics trucks would have to travel. To this day, in the war zone of that 400 kilometers, not a single day of disruption has happened. Can you imagine? That war going on, not a single day, one truck has been stopped. Why? Because it's all run by the private sector. They know how to negotiate. They know how to bring peace if they want. So I had this knowledge and I said, how do we bring private sector? Then one day I met somebody who was here, I'll mention you to you, in a restaurant in Zavimor. So I explained him to his model and he said, we can't help you. And I said, why? Because this is that market model. Can you guess what the C is? Any guesses? He said, the commercial angle is missing in your agriculture approach. That's when I met Alhaji Aminu Buhari. I said, please come, help us. Then he said, well, I'll help you if you let me do these things. And I think some of the things that they did, we heard in the last panel discussions. And also the bank people said, so the bank will now look at them and say, okay, you are a product that we can bank on. Number one. Number two, the other thing we learned, and I think it's big for us and big for the farmers. I don't know how you realize. And this is something, one of the commissioners and the NASC people told us one day. You taught the farmers in the Northeast the difference between a grain and a seed. I don't know how important it is for you, but most farmers didn't know what the difference was. 90%, I think Jimmy would agree with me. We're planting grains. How much can you get? So these are the big lessons that we have learned, in addition to what Kayode has said. So I just wanted to highlight this before, going into the panel discussions. Over to you, MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prakash. It's evident that you do not sleep, because I'm sure that everything that has been said here, he's recorded everything. What is missing, he knows. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Prakash. All right, now time to move to the last panel session, after which would be rounding off this event. By the way, a voucher has been handed over to you. Keep it safe. It's very important. It's your ticket to lunch. Now time to call on the panel moderator for this panel session. As I earlier mentioned, it would be good if this panelist would keep to time, say 20, 30 minutes. If we can knock this off, it will be good for us. Thank you. So please put your hands together as we make welcome Engineer Jimmy Zida Former, the Director, Seed Coordination and Management Services National Agricultural Seeds Council as it comes forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have heard that surrounded the success of the Feed the Future Nigeria Integrated Agri activity. And at this moment, we are going to go into panel discussion. And the subtopic that we are going to look at here is what is the current situation in Northeast Nigeria with the main seed system outcomes. And these outcomes are the quality, the availability of the seed, access to seed, and the use and control of seed. Having enough seed physical present at the right time, in the right place, especially seed of preferred crop varieties. We cannot just send seeds to any location. Are these seeds appreciated by the farmers? Is it the ones they need? Is it the right seed for that locality that will be able to give the required productivity? So these are issues that we are going to talk about. And on the panel, yeah, it's okay. So on the panel, we have those with us that we'll be talking about. Here, we have, as a member of the panel, Mr. Mohammed Bello, the Chief Agronomist, Nagata Cooperative from Yobe. Also, we have Mr. Tukur Muazu, the Managing Director of Asmao Farms Limited of Adamawa. We have another member, Mrs. Aisha Jibrin, community-based seed entrepreneur and nutrition promoter. Thank God that this panel is gender sensitive, unlike the first one. You are welcome, madam. So we have also another woman coming along, Mrs. Adama Madaki, Nasara Women Cooperative, Potiskum Yobe. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Kodri Shakiru, the Youth and Gender Facilitator, Feed the Future. You're welcome. Okay, I think you come here. I think we'll shift this way. So we have talked, and Dr. Kayode has been able to give us the intro to the discussion here. And the basic elements of our discussion is how is the quality seed, which is the outcome of this program. How is the quality seed made available in the required quantity, adequate quantity, and having access by the farmers at the affordable cost. So we'll be looking at this in the next few minutes to give an insight to this topic. So for us to move forward, I want to now, first of all, bring our brother here, Mr. Mohammed Bello, on this. And it's farmer to farmer IAA impacts Nagata Seed Company, and what does the cooperative approach hold for layering of the farmer to farmer community-based seed enterprise model towards the growth and development of the seed industry in Nigeria. Over to Mr. Bello.
The sound. No, is there a stone? Okay, thank you. First of all, one has the impact of the partnerships with the IIT and ICRISAT. Leveraging on these partnerships, leveraging on the partnerships has helped to promote the seed system in the Northeast Zone. It could be seen from the challenges that are being addressed as a result of these partnerships. And the challenges has to do with limited availability, improved crop varieties of the different crops, and then limited outreach. Farmers face because of inadequate distribution networks, high cost of seeds, making them less accessible because most of the and then lack of awareness of the benefits of using improved varieties of crops. So the way these challenges are being addressed through the partnerships is having a tremendous impact on the company. The partnerships with IITA has catalyzed the growth of the company to be able to meet some of these, to be able to address some of these issues. We have IITA, through the partnerships, we have linkages with agro dealers to address the issues of seed distribution. And it has facilitated market linkages by addressing the market systems, strengthening the market systems. And through this, we have been able to have our products penetrating the markets, creating brand awareness, and then helping to grow our customer base, increase volume of sales of our products. The partnerships has also helped to we've been able to access support through these partnerships to be able to expand our outgrower scheme, because the community-based entrepreneurs that has been established, they produce surplus products that the company obtains to be able to now put on the market. And this has increased availability of seeds and then making it accessible to farmers in the state. So these are some of the benefits that we have derived, and then it has also promoted the company to be able to get its products
it's
getting
okay.
its products
Closer to the farmers.
through promotional materials, development of promotional materials, and then other instruments that has helped to penetrate the markets. So those are some of the benefits that we have derived. The company has also been supported with breeder seeds. So we've been able to produce farm seeds.
It's all right. You have really been able to let us give him a round of applause for that. Yes, seeing the impact that this IIT and ICRISAT implementation of this USAID activity have been able to impact on the Nagata Seed Company. We have been able to hear the growth that has been brought about, the branding of their products that have been able to reach a wider farmer range, and also we have been able to hear from him that the promotion of the seed system has enabled the company to expand and get a wider reach to farmers, among others. So this is a great impact that the company has really enjoyed, and I'll still come back to you if we have time, because I want to hear from you how much of the seeds you are able to have you been having carry over that will come, because that is one key thing that we really need to hear from you. But if we have time, we'll use that to round off your side. So with that, I want to go to the next discussant. Here we'll talk about from the perspective of your company, what change has the science of IITA and the USAID Feed the Future Nigeria activity intervention brought into the operation of seed companies in the northeast Nigeria? This is going to Mr. Tukur Moazo. In 5 minutes. We have to be conscious of time.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. We are from Asmao Farms, and Asmao Farms is situated in Yola, Adamawa State. By way of introduction, we are in this business for over 20 years. We are on a plot of land, over 400 hectares arable land, fully secured and fully fenced. We have three major activities. We have the livestock, the horticulture, and crop production. We started by crop production. After running some 1 or 2 cycles, we realized we are not at all getting what we anticipated. So
we decided to go into seed production so that we'll be sure of what we'll get. Then we went into seed production, having made our due contact with the National Seed Council then. We were given the go-ahead. So we started for about 2 cycles, then we went under. For any agricultural enterprise or businessman, for his entity to go under, the trauma is so much, it cannot be quantified. The reasons why we went under, because we were not able to get the required foundation seeds that we want. At that time, only the federal government or federal government agencies seeds. You have to come to Abuja, they will send you to Jos. From Jos, you go to Zaria. So the bureaucracy was hectic. Apart from the bureaucracies, when you go to Zaria or Jos, there's no guarantee you will get the seeds that you require. When you go, you know, okay, there are only 2 varieties. Whether you have 2 or 3 million naira want to buy, is the variety that is available to them. So that is why we went under, because we had not enough foundation seeds. After some time, we were encouraged to come back. That time, the federal government introduced the GES, then the agri-transformation agenda of the government. We were encouraged to come on board. We made a bid. We came on board, were introduced to bank for loan and whatever. At that time, we were only able to get only 3 varieties of maize. So our intention was to have quite a number of rice, maize, and whatever for the GS. So it slowed down our activity. This activity continued in that manner until the year 2020, when we happened to bounce on IITA. So when IITA came on board, breeder seeds were made available to us. We had maize, rice, groundnut, cowpea, the 7 crops. So we came back on board fully, since we have the breeder seeds. So what we did was to expand. So the main concern was inadequate foundations. Through expansion, what we did was to register 368 IDP farmers. 368, all IDPs. Amongst them, we picked 168 as in-growers. So we are on the right path. We were able to produce seeds from 3 varieties to 29 varieties. I'm glad to add, of the 29 varieties presented to NASC for approval, all were approved. I think the main reason is, 1, we got the right farmers, but most importantly, we got a good training from the IITA. They train us on good agricultural practice. They train us how to produce and market seeds. So we imbibed the training and we demonstrated. So you can see the impact. The impact, as a result of the impact, the company profit grew by 42%. The IDPs were able to increase their incomes because some of them were able to pay their school fees, hospital bills, and whatever. So it has really kept us afloat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Of the food, feed the future is so much and really great on this seed company that was going below production and really floating as a company. True to what he has said, just to affirm, actually the foundation seed component of the various classes was handled by the National Agricultural Seed Council at that time. And there was really limited access to foundation seed until 2011, 2012, when the former Minister of Agric, who is presently the president of the African Development Bank, liberalized the foundation seed system that made seed companies to produce foundation seed, registered foundation seed companies to start producing foundation seed. That really made it possible for better access to quality foundation seeds. And this has really impacted through the activity for the growth of the seed company that is headed by Mr. Tukur Moazo. We're really grateful for that impact that have been really achieved to the point that he was able to get 42% growth. And even the outgrowers that were engaged were able to make resources and income from the activities of seed to even have school fees for children and also for their improved livelihood. Thank you very much. So next we are going to go to Mrs. Adama Madake. What has changed for you as a farmer since embracing the concept of community-based seed producer? And what prospect do you see in the seed business 10 years down the line?
Good afternoon to you all. Please permit me to stand on the first of all, before I will answer this question, let me briefly tell you how I became a community-based seed producer. I was part of one project, that's IFAD CAPS, and that's International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the project was CAPS, that's Climate Change Adaptation and Agribusiness Support Program. That time I was the Gender and Youth Officer, and as a gender, I cut across all the activities. And one of the activities that really attracted me was the community-based seed production in that project. So at that time, I was part of the team that used to supervise the community-based seed producers. We selected potential farmers that have interest in seed production, so they were trained on how to grow seed. So they were given foundation seed, And when during the inspection, I noticed that this new seed variety that was given to them, it grows earlier and the crop yield is higher. So me, I was also a farmer. So I developed interest in seed production. I now encourage some of the women that I knew are into crop farming. I told them about the new development and they accepted it that we should form group. So that time, as we are being trained in that our program, if I then I'll come and train the women on seed production. As we continue, then we were this ICRISAT came with a program. Then we were introduced to that program. They gave us more training. They gave us foundation seed that year. Then when we planted the seed, the National Agricultural Seed Council, they supervised our farm. They certified our seeds, and the FAO bought the seed at that year. So 100 kg of grain at that time was sold at around 10 to 11,000, and that of that of seed, they bought it at millet was bought about 50 kg. Then 70,000 for 100 kg. I could not remember that of groundnut, but my farmers really appreciated. So as we proceed with our seed production business, then the IITA came. So when they came now, they gave us more training and promoted us not just community-based seed producers, they now promoted us to community-based seed entrepreneurs. They gave us more training. They facilitated our bank. Then we even receive our certificate today. This enterprise. So now let me answer this question, that what has changed for me as a farmer since embracing the concept of community-based seed production, and what prospect do I see in the business in 10 years down line. One notable change has been significant improvement in seed quality. Through the community-based seed production, we have been able to select and propagate seed that climate and soil conditions. Why I said this, that time some of our farmers were given some not 24. Some of us were given some not 26. So those that planted some not 24, their yield was very high. But that of some not 26, the yield was very poor. So we attributed that to our soil condition, that maybe some not 26 is not good for our soil. So that is why I say basic production method, we have been able to select and propagate seeds that are well adapted and to our specific climate and soil condition. So this has resulted in better crop yield and resilience to climate change, most especially now that rainfall stops earlier than expected. Then looking forward to the prospect for the seed business in the next 10 years is promising. As climate change continues to pose new challenges to agriculture, There will be an increased demand for improved seed that are resilient and adaptable. Community-based seed production offers a sustainable alternative to industrial seed system. Why I said it offers alternative sustainability to industrial seed system is there is one seed company in Kano. Recently, they brought an improved seed of millet that this seed production aligns with growing consumers' demand for improved seed. Lastly, the future of the seed business holds great potential for those of us that embrace community-based seed approaches and sustainability. We can ensure a resilient and prosperous agricultural future for generations to come under conducive and enabling environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. The impact and the background information on how you come to participate in the community-based seed production and as community-based seed entrepreneur is very insightful, and we have come to know that the sustainability and prospect of the seed business as a community seed entrepreneur is very, very bright, that in the next 10 years, you see a future of making available to quality seed, adapted seeds to the environment. Business for you as a community-based seed entrepreneur. Thank you very much. And at this moment, we are going to go to Mrs. Aisha Jibril. How has improved seeds helped? How has improved seeds helped in improving household nutrition in your community?
Thank you, sir.
Madam.
Good evening, everybody. Improved seed in our community do a lot with our community-based seed entrepreneur. In our communities, we are trained to go house to house so that we can teach the households how to make good use of the improved seed in their food without done anything. Our ID and the IITA by giving us the training how to go around the households and teach them how to make good use of the improved seed so that they will out of it. The benefit is that we will go out, we will do away with hidden hunger that is worrying West African countries. When using the vitamin A maize, iron pale millet, and the iron and zinc beans, so that we can live in a better way in our communities. We are trained to go house to house to teach the women how to make use of the vitamin A maize, iron pale millet, and the iron and zinc. We teach them how to cook it, not to misuse the nutrient when they are preparing their daily food. We teach them how to preserve it and make commercial use out of it. The households are very happy with the way that we are teaching them how to make use of the improved seed for their economic improvement. It's not just to consume, but to make commercial use out of it. They use it to make small business, to give the community a, a, a what did I call it? To give the community the balanced diet they are supposed to get, so that they will not get the bad side of the grains. The community are happy to see that we are going around to teach them how to use the biofortified seed and to make a better yield out of it. Not only the balanced diet, but they use it to get the good yield out of it, because it's a resilience for drought, drought and other
problems.
Farm problems. They will get much yield in their production.
It's all right. Thank you very much, Madam. You have been able to deliver what is in your mind. The bottom line is that there is product development and commercialization of this product among households.
Yes, we are taught how to make the small orchard in our families, so that we can jam the this in the balanced diet together.
Yes,
so
and
we teach them how to make the orchard in their house with the containers.
Yes, so that is the bottom line. That is product development from improved seeds, biofortified improved seeds that will enhance the nutritional base of households, and to ensure food security. I want to also bring, because of time, questions that you may have. You have to write them down, and at the close of the questions, we are going to come over to the audience to take one or two questions for the panelists. So we'll use that to quickly do, so that we'll have to save time. So I'll be going to the last person, who is our boss here, Kodri Shakiru. Given that the Feed the Future integrated agriculture activity is generally about improving the livelihood of smallholder farmers and their households, how has the seed system intervention promoted youth and women economic empowerment and gender equality? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, panel lead. Indeed, from the narratives right from the opening session, so many things have been done excellently well by integrated agricultural activity. But one of those things that the activity has done well is about youth and women engagement. And that has been made easy from the foundation laid by designing of the program by the donor itself. The activity is standing on about 3 legs, right from inception. And the third leg is the leg that is dealing with youth and women engagement in economic and entrepreneurial activities. There are 2 areas, 2 key phases of the activity, apart from the initial inception, the first 3 years, which is about general economic and entrepreneurial activities. That gives us, that framework gave us the leeway to be able to empower young people and women. As we are talking about crop production in the first component, and we are talking about business and livelihood in the second component, the third component focuses on young people and women in our communities, not only in terms of crop production, but also we have the leeway to go into livestock production, everything in the value chain.
which expanded the scope of empowerment for youth and women. We have been able to train young people in the production, first of all, of the 7 mandate crops. We have been able to train youth and women groups in livestock production, broiler production, egg production, fish production. Indeed, we have been able to train young people in vocational skills depending on their interests. So much so that we even did training in agro processing. If you take note of the exhibition stand, there is one young lady who is a participant who has been able to develop good business in tomato processing. If he or she is still in the house, can you stand up for recognition? That is a young lady there. She is one of our beneficiaries. Through the training on youth empowerment, she has been able to develop a business, and she is one of the ambassadors of the activity everywhere we go now in doing business. In that initial stage, all in all, we were able to empower, dealing with about over 200 youth and women cooperative groups in Adamawa and Borno State. We were able to train and engage 7,982, close to 8,000 young people and women who have been able to develop businesses from the skills that we gave them. Over 2,000 of them have been able to register their businesses with SMIDAN, and a little below 100 have taken their business forward to register with CAC. That much about the initial scope. On the C system, which is the expanded scope, the total target is 2250, everything. But because of the importance the donor attached to youth and women empowerment, 70% of this population have been allotted to youth and women. 30% youth, 40% women. You can imagine. This translates to, by the time we are rounding up, out of this 2250, 1,575 must be youth and women. Indeed, they have been so empowered within the activity through the initial and the expanded scope, so much so that if you even look at the representatives of the community-based seed entrepreneurs that came up today, you can see that there are women-led groups among them. This is about empowering women and activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have been able to really see the engagement of the women and youth in the activity. And this has really led to a tremendous empowerment of women within the activity. And by extension, the activity didn't focus only on crops. They were able to go into livestock, fisheries, and other vocationals that could develop their skills towards really enhancing their livelihood. And this has really impacted on the youths from the years of operation of this activity. And we are very happy that we have the young lady that stood up there, empowered to the point that she has become an ambassador to the activity and really letting young ones know that you can do it. You don't need anybody to really be there. You can engage yourself. You can be involved in business and become an MD of your own business and make a success of it. I really want us to give a round of applause to the young lady that really have made this a success. So with that, I want to open the floor to questions from the audience. Maybe you take count of those that are ready.
I just hope we put down our questions. No, I think to make it faster, the moderator did mention earlier that it's important to write down your questions, so we could just read them and make it a lot faster. All right, in the absence of written questions, we'll just take 3. So the first 3 hands up, get an opportunity. In front of me. 2. Okay, so that's good for us. So we have 2 questions.
Thank you very much. My own is not a question, it's actually a comment for my sister, Aisha Jibril from Gombe State. Being a nutrition promoter and seed entrepreneur, I saw a lot of potential in you because you had the potential to develop a niche, especially for biofortified seeds. So I'm seeing a lot of potential in you. You can create a niche in entrepreneurship for biofortified seeds. And if you can be able to do that, I'm very sure you can sustain your own seed company because all over the country, they will be looking for you for those biofortified seeds. I'm very happy for you. Thank you.
My question is that as the project is now coming to end by this year, so as seed companies, what are your sustainability plans so as to provide enough and standard quality of seed to your communities after the project ends? And also, what are your plans to have access to emerging technologies? Because we all know that technologies are always dynamic. Thank you.
So that's it for questions.
Okay, I think time is of essence, so let Bello answer on that aspect of sustainability plans for the seed companies. Maybe if we have little time, you will also say one thing.
First of all, we really don't rely on support from from partners to sustain our programs. Our capacities has already been built. We have a broad-based customer base. We have we have grown our customer base to a level that we have penetrated the market, and we have effective linkages with agro dealers as being facilitated by our partners. So through that, we'll be able to have a greater outreach to the rural communities so that we'll be able to increase our product sales. These are some of the things that will now promote the abilities of the companies to be able to sustain themselves. And then we have sales commission agents at rural level, so that this will also increase rural penetration for our products. And then some of the things that we need to do as seed companies, we need to collaborate among ourselves to see how we are going to promote our activities to be able to sustain what we have been doing. Because at this level, we don't need to really rely on the support of partners going forward.
Thank you very much. I will just give a brief moment for Mr. Muazu to talk on the technology dynamics? How do you really intend to keep at pace with the emerging technologies to improve your business?
Great. Before answering that, I would like to add on what my friend Agatha has said. As a matter of fact, the sustainability is on two bases. There is sustainability on how you conduct your business. The other sustainability, which is more important to us, how to ensure that you have the foundation of breeder seeds. This, for us in Asmao, is still very difficult for us. We still need the support of IITA, or you said, to provide breeder seeds for us. I know giant seed companies to produce. They have the capacity to produce foundation seeds. But our experience has shown that it's not going to be our solution without access to breeder seeds. For example, we spent 2 weeks in Abu Zaria trying to get foundation seeds for IR. Up to now, we haven't got a single grain, a single seed. So that's sustainability from the point of foundation of breeder seeds. We still need more. For Asmao farms, I don't know of Nagarta, but for Asmao farms, we still need more help. Then the sustainability about the business model, what he said is okay. We have established, based on the trainings that we have from you, we are able to have our good models. We build models. We reached up to the local government levels. We have our dealers, trained agro dealers, trained farmers, and so on. Sustainable. That's the second aspect. When it comes to technology, this is where, as far as we are concerned, we are incapacitated to go for high-tech technology in deploying our seeds, in identifying what we have or what we are trying to build is a simple technology. That is, for us to know our farm sizes, to know where to track our seeds, and so on. These are the basic technology that we have now. Yeah. But for higher tech, we are not in position to provide that service. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether there is any written question that has come. So I think we have really, the panelists have been able to really discuss extensively on the topics, and we have gotten some 1 or 2 points that we're going to take home. These are practitioners on the field, and they have brought to bear their field experiences, not one that is read from book, but practical experience that they have in the field and how they have fared well in their business of selling, producing, and marketing seed. So with this, I want to say thank you to all the panelists for bringing to bear your experiences in the field and letting us know how the activity has impacted on what you do as seed producers and seed companies, and that there is that prospect of having a good business done in the Northeast producing seed. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Let's wait a bit.
You would have group photograph, but Mr. Falati has a little addition.
Thank you so much, MC, and thank you, the moderator and the panel members. I think for us in IITA, we don't just work with you and leave you like that to suffer. So as far as sustainability is concerned, I'm just reacting to what Asmau said. IITA has a private sector seed company called IITA Go Seed. This is the that markets and sells seeds for IITA. So that line has been opened. Yes, you have worked with us. They have known you as our partner. That access is there for life. So you are not left alone. You can continue to access it. And with the leverage that we have gotten for you from National Agricultural Seed Council, that one too can continue to access breeder seed. So far as they are sure that you will get technical backup from IITA. So as far as sustainability is concerned, in the area of sourcing foundation seed, that is guaranteed. And you will see, even I'm just have to announce that other development partners are even patronizing them now, are going to them because they have seen what we have done with them and they have seen the quality of what they can get from them. I don't want to mention. Yes, other development partners are working, working with them. I won't mention names, but we are happy because that is what we envisaged at the beginning. That once we start with them, we have opened the way. They are businessmen. They can continue to enjoy the benefit of that partnership for life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Falati. That's one written question. Let's quickly take this. It says, new varieties of seeds are said to have been released. When are we to get these seeds and where can we find them? Who has a response to that question? Okay, Mr. It's a question. So, Mr. Falati, you have the answer? All right. So, 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Jerome Jonah from eResearch, actually. Yeah, those, I guess we have 3 varieties of sorghum, 3 varieties of millet that are just a year old in the market. You can actually get the early generation seeds directly from us for now, since we are still trying to multiply them. And some seed companies, number of them have the seed also, the early generation seed. So that's for sorghum and millet. In 30 seconds, she said. So I'm trying to be brief. What?
Okay, and for IITA Monday crops, all our seed companies, you can access them from all our seed companies. In addition to IITA Go Seed that I've told you, you can access foundation seed from IITA Go Seeds. You can access certified seeds from our partner seed companies. Asmau is here, Nangata is here, Wonatan Sokan seed is here, Meleri is there, SAR seed is here, and quite Grima seed, Albita and Agro, and quite a number of them. And apart from them, even in the communities, all these community-based seed producers are there. They are with you. They are now licensed community-based seed entrepreneurs. They have the backing of the federal government of Nigeria to operate as seed entrepreneurs. And that is our work. We are through, we are done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Group photograph. And just to let you know that we have an international community watching this event. They started watching at the start of the event. And if you have questions, if you're watching online, you could just drop the questions. There will be a response much later. Group photograph, panelist, and that will be all. By the way, Mr. Femi, could you put a figure to the number of people watching online? I'll wait that response before we close the event. Thank you very much. All right, so it's about time to wrap up this event. But how many people noticed that it is not just in the National Assembly they put off the mics? When Mr. Falati was responding to the question earlier about development partners, he was like, he'll be silent about that. That's putting off the mic, right? All right, so I never knew that, that could happen anywhere. All right, so we're done with this event. It's now time for the vote of thanks, and that will be done by, rather, before we do the vote of thanks, which will be done the closing plenary, which is on recap and next steps. Mr. Kodri Shakiru will step forward for that. Quickly, so we can get to the vote of thanks. All right, I'm sure it would help us do this, to do the recap. Mr. Caudry has declined to do that. Quickly, so we can save time. We have it here, so just someone to read it, and that will be all. By the way, the Adamo beneficiaries would have a photograph session at the end of this event. That will be outside this room. All right, so while we wait for the closing plenary, which is on the recap and next steps as regards this event in general, I'd like to appreciate everyone for your time, for being with us from the start of this event till now. Those watching online, we do sincerely appreciate you. This has been a great event, so much to take away, and I'm sure that Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you. All right, I've just been informed that a full proceedings of what transpired today will be shared to everyone, I'm sure via email and any other platform which you have made available to the organizers of this event. Thank you very much. It's now time for the vote of thanks. And to do the thank yous is Mr. Olukayode Faleti. A round of applause for him as he comes forward.
Thank you so much, MC. Well, whatever has a beginning must definitely has an end. It has been a long day. We thank the Almighty God for giving us the grace to hold this event. We have been on it now since last year, and finally we are able to hold it. And we did not just hold it, it has been very successful. Please, if you are clapping, clap for us. Our sincere appreciation to United States Agency for International Development for financing and supporting the program. And today, they are adequately represented by no other person than the Deputy Mission Director herself and the Deputy Director Office of Economic Growth. We are grateful to them. And our AOR, we are very grateful to them. Though they have left for other functions, but we are expressing our profound gratitude to them. Then the federal government of Nigeria is adequately represented here. I have another director here now announcing herself, Mrs. Sugra Mahmood, you are welcome. In my part of the world, they said, if you meet washing hand water, you meet food. Even though she came in. Even though she came in when we were rounding up, at least she has seen that it has been a very great day. Madam, we thank you for all your support. We thank the Director for Food Security and our team, the Deputy Director Cyrils, who represented the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. It has been very wonderful. We have received very great support from them. Our appreciation goes to the state governments where we have been operating. Adamawa, Borno, Gombe and Yobe State. Please, a round of applause to them. It's not because they are here. Right from the inception of the activity, whenever we knock on the doors of the state government, they have always opened their doors for us. All the agri commissioners in Adamawa State, in Borno State, in Yobe State, Gombe State, since we have started, we have worked perfectly with all of them. We appreciate all your support, and I'm not surprised that they are all here today with us. Thank you so much. We appreciate the support. God bless you. Then our ambassadors that have been here. It is not easy to move an ambassador from his or her office to an event. But it's on record today that we have here in person, about three or four ambassadors, about 4 ambassadors, then about 3 others were represented. So it means that they hold us in high esteem. We are very grateful. We appreciate your time and your support, and we hope that we can continue to work together. And without taking anything from us, our partner seed companies, our CBSEs, we appreciate all your support and partnership over the years. All what we have achieved it because you cooperated with us. If you have not adopted all the improved practices, all the seeds, if you have not listened to us, we won't be here where we are. I'm not going to forget the National Agricultural Seed Council. They have been our very wonderful partner from the beginning and even up till now. It is not easy to get NASC certificate. It's difficult than jump. But yes, they are here. You can attest to it. You've seen that up to 2016, only 2 community-based groups have been able to get NASC certificate. But within few years of working with them, 150. Is that not a great thing? We appreciate you, NASC. And for our team, we must express our profound gratitude to our Deputy Director General, who has, despite his very busy schedule, been here with us. He has been our friend from the beginning, and we know he will be our friend at the end of the activity. For him to leave all the way from Ibadan to this place, it means he holds the activity in high esteem. Sir, we appreciate you, sir, and all the support. And for the activities management and all activities, if you are here, if you work for the activity, can you please stand up? Yes, I will. Please, can you stand up? If you know you are an activity staff here, these are the soldiers. These are the people that makes the things happen. We appreciate all of you, the organizing committee, the security, finance, admin, logistics, media, and all the rest. It couldn't have been possible without your support. Thank you so much, and God continue to bless you. Yes, and we must thank the chairman of the organizing committee, Basi Achibong. Can you stand up for recognition? Let us clap for him. The committee has done a very wonderful work, and we know that you will continue in that regard. The Nigerian Army Farms too, they are adequately represented here. Our profound gratitude to them. And the last but not the least, our media. Where are our media friends? They are here. We are very grateful. And I'm not going to forget the event management firm, Core International. Where are they? Please, if you are from Core, can we see your face? Then our wonderful MC, you're welcome. And if you have been here and have not remembered to mention your name, please, we recognize you, we appreciate you, and we pray that as we go back to our various destinations, we pray for journey mercies. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olukayode Faleti. Of course, that does it for this event. About time to go. But just like we did during tea break, we had the VIPs go for exhibition tour while we went for tea break. We're going to have the reverse now. The VIPs will go for lunch, while every other person will go for the exhibition tour, after which we would have lunch. All right, so I think that will be fine. Okay?
Please, all activity staff, come up here to come and take picture with our DDG. It's not every day that you see the DDG. Please come up here. Thank you.
All right, activity staff, I'd like you to please come forward so we can officially close. And then, as I mentioned, we'll have every other person go for exhibition tour while the VIPs go for lunch. And much later, we will join them for lunch. Thank you, everyone. After the activity staff, I've been reliably informed that every state here should also get prepared to take photographs with their commissioners. States and their commissioners can take the podium now for photograph. States and their commissioners can take the stage now. So that's it. States commissioners, the states present, please, you can come forward for photograph. All right, so thank you, everyone. God bless you. Have a safe trip back.